Hey guys, tonight we slip under the skin of Edinburgh's Old Town together, following the bright ribbon of the Royal Mile down into stairwells that fall like wells and basements that breathe out the damp of centuries. No jump scares, no gory details, just cobbles, quiet laughter, and the kind of everyday ingenuity that keeps a city humming after sunset. If you've ever wondered what really happens below street level while the upper floors gossip with the sky, this is your gentle backstage pass. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Tell me your city and the current time in the comments. I love seeing where and when you're listening from. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. Stone under boot rather than drama sets the mood. The Royal Mile stretches like a backbone from the castle to Holyrood, but the real heartbeat lies down a step or three. Every tenement leans into its neighbor, and the ground floors grow shy with each uphill yard, tucking storage and trades into the cool underbelly. You keep one hand on a wall glossed by generations of palms, and sense how a city builds not only upward into crowded windows but downward into cellars where barrels rest and time moves at the speed of evaporation. Morning here always starts late in the shadowed parts. Streaks of sun drop between roofs like coins into a fountain, never quite reaching the flagstones at your feet. A cooper's hammer clocks a steady rhythm somewhere behind a barred door, and the scent is oak shavings, yeast, and the polite persistence of damp cloth. Everyday life, not legend, is the main character. Merchants rolling tons into belly-cool rooms, apprentices counting nails by candle, and housewives asking after a storage key that has gone walkabout between pockets. Perspective is everything on this ridge city. From the high street, thresholds fall away in flights, and basements multiply as the slope drops toward the Nor Loch's Old Basin. Think of Old Town as a layered cake retouched by weather. At street level, shopfront chatter. One floor below, ledgers and barrels. Below that, a drawer full of odds and ends. Tools that can't be left in the rain, brittle bundles of kindling, and the occasional trunk that someone promises to fetch next week. You descend and hear the upper world thin into a polite murmur while the lower world warms to its business. History, in the mainstream sense, says these basements are practical solutions to space and climate. Edinburgh grows dense along a volcanic spine, so tenements rise tall and cellars grow deep. Building regulations over centuries nudge openings toward safety, but utility always wins. Coolness keeps ale steady, darkness preserves stock, and proximity saves steps on a day when the rain is trying to write its initials on your back. That's the big picture, the standard textbook bit, and it's still visible in the brickwork of routines. Curiosity tugs your sleeve toward a hinged grating in the pavement. Many are modern, but the gesture is old. Drop a sack or a cask straight into storage instead of muscling it through a crowded shop. The street becomes a lid, the cellar a pantry the size of ambition. Fingers trace iron-worn satin smooth by centuries of lifting and lowering, and for a moment the entire city feels like a machine designed for one purpose: moving goods between light and shadow with dignified efficiency. Nobody calls it mysterious. Everyone calls it sensible. Quieter corners offer eccentricities worth a smile. An old saying floats up from a stairwell about how every respectable family owns two things: a warm blanket and a good barrel. The blankets for company, the barrels for business. A tiny odd fact tags along here. At certain addresses, cellar hooks once held not lanterns but strings of dried fish, a thrift that perfumed ledgers so thoroughly that a few account books still carry a seaside whisper centuries later. This isn't scandal. It's storage etiquette with a briny accent. Navigation turns into choreography as you explore. Steps vary in height because masons shaped them to the stone they had, not the steps they desired. Knees learn the rhythm. Ankles learn humility. Whenever a close funnels you downward, there's a decision. Hug the wall to avoid a slippery center or stride the middle to dodge dripping eaves. Locals perfect a polite shuffle that says, "After you," while meaning, "I value my shins." It's all quite civilized. Even when a handcart chooses the exact moment you hesitate to demonstrate the physics of momentum. Architecture reasons with gravity on this ridge. Many tenements are back and fore, presenting one face to the high street and another to the drops behind, so that a ground floor at the front might meet the air as a third or fourth level at the back. Under those backs, rooms gather like stacked pockets. Some are generous, arching with confidence. Others stoop, forcing you to round your shoulders and tuck your breath. Engineers of the 18th century begin to formalize arch spans and load paths, but most of what you feel with your palm on the wall is simply craft, stone set by people who learned from the stone. Moisture negotiates everything. Stone is patient, water is more so. Drips find seams. Lime mortar wicks. A faint fur of salt sometimes grows where damp lingers, like frost that forgot the season. In response, people put life on rails. Barrels on trestles, sacks on wooden slats, boots hung upside down to dry. A mainstream point again, ventilation becomes a preoccupation, and reformers later push for better air shafts and improved paving to keep low rooms from moldering. You feel that campaign early, in small habits like propping doors at certain hours or leaving space between wall and stock. Commerce, in the half-shadow, prefers predictability to drama. A wine merchant checks a bung and notes the date with tidy penmanship that could sell you anything. A brewer counts his coppers twice. The clink of scales is a calmer music than any ballad. A quirky tidbit adds texture. Certain cellars once doubled as makeshift classroom spaces at odd hours, where a literate cousin offered basic reading lessons for a few pennies, chalking letters on a barrel head because flat surfaces were too precious to waste on alphabets. Debate, gentle and ongoing, threads through these corridors as surely as draft. Scholars argue about how often families truly dwelled full-time in basements here in the earliest periods, or whether the language of cellars in records mostly denotes storage with occasional emergency beds. Historians are still debating this question. Your steps, meanwhile, collect tiny hints without claiming more than they can. A nail hole at pillow height might be for a peg or for nothing. A smoke stain could mean cooking or just a candle too near a beam. Etiquette has its own gravity underground. Keys hang on labeled nails, and a person's reputation is measured in how reliably those keys return. If a cask is chalk-marked, it remains untouched until the chalk says otherwise. Even mischief wears a polite hat. You hear a story, gentle not lurid, about a neighbor who borrowed a wheelbarrow at dusk and returned it cleaner than he found it, along with a folded note of thanks tucked under the handle. In a city this compact, kindness is as practical as it is moral. Sound shapes memory in a way light can't. Footfalls on stone differ by shoe. Thick soles thud. Thin ones whisper. Hobnails spell out commas. Voices come pre-muffled, and jokes arrive with a delay, as if the walls check them for civility before passing them along. Some cellars have a curious acoustic effect where a whisper near the arch returns like a sympathetic nod from the opposite corner. It's nothing supernatural, just geometry, but it feels like the building says, whenever you plan something sensible. Weather treats the undercity as an ally. Summer heat flirts with the surface and gives up. Winter winds snarl at doorways but lose heart by the third step down. The basement keeps a middle path, a good Scottish compromise, which is why it's always busy. A regular arrives with a wrapped wedge of cheese to be kept cool, because not everyone owns a space private enough for such delicacies. Another brings a jar of pickled onions, labeled in proud cursive. Food is a season stored for later, and the sellers accept the responsibility with even temper. Orientation takes practice. You mark your progress not by distance but by materials. This is the door with the iron strap like a sleeping snake. That is the lintel with a notch shaped like a bite. Subtle differences in the stone underfoot. Slate here, worn flag there. Tell you you've reached the cool stretch where fish once hung, or the warm pocket above a neighbor's bakehouse flue. You become articulate with your feet. Memory moves from the map in your head to the knees that remember which steps it's lower. Public life spends a surprising amount of time in these private feeling spaces. One seller holds the informal meeting of 3 stallholders who pool deliveries to save their backs. Another hosts a quiet chat between a parish officer and a widow about the loan of a coal scuttle until Sunday. The city's institutions, kirk, council, guild, float above, but their decisions filter down as habits. Sweep on Wednesday, salt the step on icy days. Do not stack sacks against a shared wall without a plank for air to pass. Reformers stride in eventually, as they do in most towns that grow faster than fresh air. They publish notes about drainage and the proper slope for a floor that needs to be washed often. They argue for closing off the slop chute that empties too near the door. You do not meet them as scolds so much as pragmatists who hate wasted effort. It's easier to keep a place dry than to rescue it from damp. It's kinder to lungs to bring a little sky into a low room. The changes don't erase character. They sand off the splinters. Language deserves a warm corner here. Words like close and wind aren't just charming. They're instructions. A close gathers houses around a passage. A wind wins, of course, and the cellar doors your meetings sit like punctuation at the base of those sentences. The Royal Mile side passages are verbs, and the basements are their direct objects. It's linguistics you can stub a toe on, which is the most persuasive kind. Memory keeps wanting to get dramatic, but reality answers with inventory lists. A mainstream point to ground you again. Much of what we know about these spaces comes from mundane records. Rates, leases, court papers about a spilled cask and a scratched door. The glamour arrives later, with brochures and thrill seekers. Right now, in the timeline you're walking, the basements of Old Town are closer to spreadsheets than seances, and frankly that's comforting. Sleep appropriate, even. Oddities float like dust motes in the lamplight. Someone carved a small thistle into a cornerstone 2 centuries ago, and nobody knows why. Pride, boredom, or a mason's signature where the clerk wouldn't bother him. Another place has a nicked threshold smooth enough to skate on in stocking feet. A polished record of 1,000 careful missteps. Quirky trivia says that, at one point, a family trained a cat to carry messages upstairs in a little pouch because stairs made their grandmother's knees complain. Safety, even then, is an evolving art. Torches give way to lamps, lamps to safer lamps. Sand buckets sit ready at corners with corked lids to keep the sand dry. Doors open outward when they can. People experiment with reflective tin to throw a candle's light wider without making it brighter. Nothing here strives for spectacle. Everything strives for not bumping your head. The city's genius isn't invention of marvels, but the patient refinement of habits. Economy ties it all together. Storage below means smaller rooms above can be used for living and selling rather than hoarding. The flow of goods moves by gravity, down when full, up when needed, and the rhythm sets the pace of days. You stand aside to let a porter pass and feel the telltale sway of a full cask brush your sleeve like a polite whale. Work in this undercity respects balance more than muscle. Wedges, levers, rollers, and shouts timed like music. Windows, such as they are, crouch at forecourt level like shy eyes. Some have grates you can peek through from the street, which makes the world above appear as a theater of ankles. Fashion changes up there. Down here, function is evergreen. A new boot is interesting only if its heel scratches less on stone. You, however, treasure both worlds. The parade of color above, the slow choreographies below. It's the contrast that keeps your pace even. Stories collect in corners precisely because the corners remain. One gentle tale tells of a baker who cooled bread on a rack near the cellar door so the fragrance would tempt passers-by without the loaves getting rained on. Another recalls a spontaneous concert when a fiddler tested a tune against the arch and discovered the echo sweetened a certain key. These aren't legends so much as small proofs that people will always make a little art in any space that lets them. Cleanliness is never absolute but always pursued. Reused water from brewing might mop the floor if sweet enough not to attract flies. Brooms soften to nubs and then become kindling. A child tasked with sweeping learns more physics than any textbook. How to send dust toward a corner. How to angle bristles so grit moves without rising. When reformers proposed paving upgrades and drainage channels, people shrug and agree. Anything that turns a half hour of work into 20 minutes earns a civic thumbs up. Records sometimes mislead, and that matters for the story you're entering. A friendly warning for historians in training. Words drift over time. A vault might be a stone arch store or a fashionable wine room or, a century later, a catch-all term for anything underground and interesting. A tourist brochure and a tax bill may be describing the same space with entirely different motives. Your responsibility as a wanderer is simple. Notice more than you assume, and let the walls testify in scuffs and soot. Venturing deeper, calm rather than thrill accompanies you. The temperature settles. The air smells of linen drying on ropes and iron warming slowly to hand heat. You pause at a mark waist-high, the sort a cart handle might leave, and you imagine 100 turns that polished it into a smile. The romance here, if any, is the romance of competence. People good at doing regular things in slightly tricky circumstances, inventing workarounds so elegant they become invisible. Education slips in sideways. A mainstream fact, Edinburgh's population surges in the 17th and 18th centuries, compressing lives into narrow strips of land and forcing architecture to solve problems that other cities threw acreage at. In that squeeze, basements become problem solvers, coolth without ice, security without distance, and shared infrastructure without wasting vertical space. It's urbanism before the word went to graduate school. You feel smarter just by paying attention to how many tiny choices make comfort possible. Humor thrives down here, quietly. A chalk doodle of a hat with an arrow appears on a door that requires a hat off to pass without bumping the brim. A bucket bears a tiny name, Sir Pale. In a hand so serious it must be a joke. People who work daily where the sun doesn't linger invent their own sunlight as a courtesy to themselves. And it works. You smile and it echoes, and that feels like a social contract in miniature. Planning your route back to the surface, you realize the basement tour has taught you to read the city with fingertips. Rails become sentences. Steps become commas. Thresholds, careful semicolons. You will carry that syntax upstairs and find it everywhere. In the cadence of market calls, in the measured pour of ale, in the manners of strangers waiting their turn at a narrow pass. The undercity isn't separate. It's grammar for the paragraph above. Before you rise, a final quirky morsel. Some shopkeepers once kept a small bell near the cellar hatch, not to ring for help, but to mark the moment a cask was tapped, a cheerful signal that went up the stair like a toast to the day's progress. No fanfare, just a chime and a nod. That's the level of drama this world prefers. Kind to the nerves, steady on the timeline. Scholars will keep polishing the data, and you'll keep walking with curiosity. Some argue that later embellishments painted the basements as wilder than they were. Others counter that official records papered over rough edges. Historians are still debating this question. Your path between those views is the honest middle. Hold tight to what stone says, consider what paper claims, and let your own steady breath be the metronome that keeps speculation from sprinting. Sunlight, when you finally climb toward it, feels less like an escape than like a continuation. The street above isn't better than the rooms below. It's a partner scene where the air is faster and the palette brighter. As the Royal Mile widens around you, the memory of that understroll lingers. The cool, the cadence, the civility of small skills. Next time you pass a grated hatch in the pavement, you'll imagine a world humming under your step. Not a dungeon, not a mystery play, just a well-run pantry for a busy ridge city. Rest easy knowing you didn't miss the point. The basements of Edinburgh's Old Town are not a secret so much as a sensibility. Make room where you can, keep things tidy, let gravity do a little of the day's work, and write your courtesy in chalk where everyone can see it. That sensibility is portable. You take it with you as you go, a small toolkit for living in tight quarters with more grace than grumbling. And if anyone asks what really happens down there, you can say confidently and calmly, ordinary life carefully done. Customs from the streets above drizzle gently into these rooms. The famous cry of Gardaloo belongs to open windows and sloshing buckets. Yes, but its echo matters below because it trains a whole neighborhood to think about where waste goes. That habit, refined and redirected by later sanitation rules, keeps cellar thresholds drier and walkways clearer. Practical kindness masquerades as etiquette again. Sweep the lip, mind the drain, and warn a neighbor before rolling a barrel past their doorway during supper. Materials tell their own biographies if you give them a minute. A plank shelf bowed lightly in the middle confesses which crate always gets placed there first. A patch of soot that never quite washes away recalls a long-ago brazier on a winter morning. The sharp edge on a doorjamb lists everyone who misjudged the turn with a too-wide crate. Your part in this archaeology is delightfully simple. Notice what the stones are trying to brag about. They like being remembered for honest work. Connections radiate from these basements like nerves from a spine. Stairs lift you into front rooms. Alleys thread you across to a neighbor's store, and trapdoors deliver parcels to the street like discreet greetings. The network rewards cooperation. A lone perfectionist would exhaust themselves, but a few courteous agreements. Who stores what? Which path stays clear? When deliveries happen, turn the labyrinth into a symphony. That, too, is a mainstream urban truth. Cities privilege those who share space well, and Old Town's basements prove it with every tidy ledger and borrowed trolley. Between the bustle of the high street and the hush of the back courts, a thin artery of shadow opens like a book's margin where the best notes are written. Closes and winds frame your steps, drawing you downward by degrees. One crooked stair, two shallow landings, a final turn that makes the sky forget your name. Handrails are optional, confidence is not. Air cools as the walls rise, and the footfall changes pitch from slap to softened tap, as if the stone absorbs your questions and returns only the ones it has time for. Left to your own choices, you trace the lines that trade used to etch into the day. A merchant's boy taking the steepest path because rolling a cask through a crowd is like arguing with the weather, and gravity has better manners. By the time your eyes adjust, the street above becomes a rumor, and the storage world accepts you like an extra comma in a long sentence. Past the threshold of the close, names do curious things. Flesh market close, advocates close, bakehouse close. Titles that tell you who once shouted orders or kneaded dough within earshot of these stone corridors. The mainstream history is straightforward enough. Old Town grows dense along a ridge, and the only way to fit more life is to stack it and thread it with passageways. These passages become the city's secret grammar, clauses and parentheses that let work slip from carts to doorways without rewriting the entire paragraph of traffic. A quirky anecdote follows you like a well-behaved terrier. Some deliveries used to be scheduled by the church bell not because piety demanded it, but because the echo down certain winds carried best at 1/4 the hour, turning acoustic happenstance into a logistics plan. Under your palm, old stone reads like braille for the patient. Rust grows in filigree on an iron hinge. Lime mortar blooms with a chalky calm. A spider sets up housekeeping in the corner where no breezes trouble her engineering. You keep pace with the subtle slope, noticing how doors sit lower than the street they face, their sills scooped by centuries of careful toes. Not all doors open to romance. Some open to the rational chill of storage and a knot of rope that has remembered every knot it ever was. Historians are still debating this question of how many of these basements doubled as living rooms in lean seasons, and how often the phrases in records, below stair, underlevel, little chamber, signify sleep rather than store. Meanwhile, your own evidence is a patchwork of where patterns and practical hooks. Around the next bend a wind narrows to shoulder width, the kind of design that makes barrels reconsider their life choices. Local practice invents solutions. A pair of short wooden skates under the cask, a loop of leather to hug its middle, a two-person shuffle that keeps fingertips intact. Here the city feels less like a collection of buildings and more like a toolkit for moving things sensibly. The passage collects small rules. Step to the wall when you hear iron on stone. Call your turn if you plan to pivot a load. Never stack sacks where rain can learn their names. It's choreography without a conductor. And you move in time because feet learn etiquette faster than mouths. Names can be misleading, and that's half the fun. A hidden door in Old Town is sometimes no more dramatic than a service hatch masked by a plain panel. Its cleverness measured in how little attention it earns. The small magic is this. Doors set into recesses so a cart never clips a hinge. Doors painted to match the soot so a passerby doesn't pause. Doors with double latches so one key serves the ground floor and another the cellar. A layered access plan long before anyone coined the phrase security by design. A cold, charming oddity turns up in conversation. There are tales of a dignified hat rack attached to the inside of one such door purely because the porter believed a felt brim should never touch damp stone. A policy that somehow survived 3 generations and 2 changes of ownership. Maps of the closes at first glance resemble capillaries. But you learn to read them like a musician's sight reads a score. A straight close carries sound with a bright, quick edge. A dog-legged wind softens footfalls and keeps conversations private from the first turn. This sonic personality matters because work hums down here at human volume. From a mainstream standpoint, the topography explains the plan. The ridge drops steeply, so front doors and back doors negotiate with gravity. Basements multiply on the falling side, and the passages become both shortcuts and service corridors. The city's density is not a tragedy of crowding, but a symphony of saved steps. Nothing wasted. No staircase added without reason. Architecture answers the slope with arch and lintel like a duet. Where the drop is hard, an arch appears to shrug off weight. Where the ground plays fair, a simple beam spans the gap and moves on. You notice a rhythm in stonework. Taller blocks at the base, narrower courses near eye level. Then that confident curve declaring itself in a sweep. Doorheads down here often enjoy a second life as shelves. Someone always tucks a spare wedge or a length of twine above reach and remembers it only when a neighbor reminds them. A sweetly peculiar trivia nugget slips in under your nose. One seller kept a worry stone set into the jamb. A smooth oval that anyone could touch for luck before lifting a load. Over time it sank into the wood like a memory becoming habit. Somewhere a window at pavement level frames a procession of shoes like a silent parade. Heels come and go, telling more than faces ever could. A festival day brings polished buckles. A wet morning brings squelch and resignation. A market rush brings the purposeful clatter of hobnails that bite in just enough to declare victory over slippage. The cellar behind that window hosts a simple economy. Linen hung on lines, a ledger on a shelf, a bench marked with the ghost of 100 repairs. Nothing lurks, everything waits, and you slip into the easy courtesy of shared space. A nod, a small apology when two baskets disagree, a half step aside that says, "After you," in the dialect of knees. Meanwhile, the language of direction morphs into a private dialect. Up is where the light sharpens. Down is where the air gains weight. Left means toward the stair with the notch shaped like a tooth. Right means toward the door with the iron strap that looks like a sleeping fish. Those cues hold across seasons because stone remembers better than most people. Here's the mainstream guidance people follow without writing it down. Put hinges where the cart won't kiss them. Widen the turning at the landing if two loads must pass. Keep the slickest stones on the side so boots choose their path with eyes rather than ankles. Everything adds up to a friendliness of design that owes nothing to sentiment and everything to repetition. Legend loves these places, and it's fair to let legend have the hallway while fact keeps the keys. Stories insist that certain doors concealed secret meetings or swift escapes, but most of those tales read like marketing pamphlets written long after the need for romance exceeded the supply of receipts. A subtler truth, and therefore a gentler pleasure, is that many hidden elements solved problems so ordinary that nobody bothered to brag about them. One covered slot lets a shopkeeper sweep dust straight into a waiting pail. Another panel sits on hook and eye so it can breathe on dry days and shut tight when the har rolls in. Historians are still debating this question of how many rumors about clandestine routes rest on a late Victorian appetite for the picturesque. Daily work gives these corridors their heartbeat. Porter's knots, those padded rope collars, hang in reach. Hand trucks wait like patient dogs. Door chocks lie scattered, each one with the personality of the person who whittled it. A cooper rolls a cask by the rim, and you step wide because the circle knows more about going straight than any sermon. Time moves by chores. Sweep before deliveries. Air after. Chalk tallies at dusk. Lock at the second bell. The most mainstream thing about all this is how unexciting it is. Excitement wrecks stock, and the society of stable goods detests surprises. The oddest flourish might be a bit of whistling time to match a slope. A tune that helps muscles remember when to lean. Another close has steps that sag in the middle like a hammock from 1,000 grateful pauses. At the fourth tread down there's a scuff that could be read as a cautionary stanza. People misjudge here, so mind it. Someone, years back, pressed a coin into the mortar as a joke or a blessing. The detail survives, not because treasure calls to anyone, but because the shape makes passers-by smile and plant their feet more firmly. Urban design by wit rather than decree has a way of sticking. Occasionally a door isn't a door at all but a diaphragm. A wooden panel swings to admit a barrel and then returns to its resting place where it pretends to be wall, its edges cocked to shrug off drafts. The disguise works not because it's cunning but because no one who isn't meant to go through tries. The city's trust economy is older than any lock. Bolts get stronger over the centuries, yes, but the first defense is always community memory, who uses which path at which hour. A delightfully offbeat fact. In at least one address book from the 19th century, residents note not just street and number but through Bailey's Close, down first stair, third door with brass nail. As if the post were a treasure hunt and everyone preferred it that way. Debate about smuggling attaches itself to any city with cellars like ivy to stone, and Old Town is no exception. Some argue that the maze of closes invited dodgy barrels to dodge taxes. Others point out that watchful neighbors, Kirk sessions, and guild oversight would make casual fiddling more effort than it was worth. Historians are still debating this question, and you keep perspective by counting how many times you pass a line of sight to the street where any foolhardy scheme would earn an audience. The sensible money says the majority of traffic down here was honest commerce wearing practical shoes, and the minority that wasn't has been blown far handsomer by retellings than it ever was in fact. Guides who love their city teach you to watch for small negotiations between old stone and new habit. A modern light sits where a lantern once hung, but the bracket remains, hammered into a stud that knows your hand by now. Drainage channels sharpened to firm edges, politely declaring this way, water with no need for exclamation points. Where a step used to drink more rain than is fashionable, a thin iron lip now caps the stone, offering rain a choice it always takes, to drip elsewhere. The practical evolution reads like polite conversation between centuries. Commerce always chooses routes that respect knees. If a path spares a back one unnecessary twist, it becomes popular in the quiet way of habits that stick. Shopkeepers in narrow closes have long practiced a remarkably modern principle. Don't make the last meter of delivery harder than the first 100. So doors sync with turning radii, storage shelves align with how a cask rolls, and thresholds were smooth where wheels prefer to pass. One endearing oddity. A pair of greengrocers once agreed to swap sides of a stair landing every spring so neither set of steps would bear the brunt of potato season year after year, load balancing as courtesy. Etiquette has footnotes down here that never made it to print. The person going uphill with the full basket gets right of way, not because law says so, but because gravity already argues against them. Chalk marks on a doorpost speak a language of promises. A single stroke for collected, a for owed, a tidy X for don't knock during prayers. Children learn the code because children love codes, and grown-ups keep it because grown-ups love harmony. A tiny but true story refuses to be shy. A seamstress once stitched a miniature pocket inside her apron solely to carry the cellar keys without clanking while her baby slept in the room above. Moisture, the perpetual co-author of all basement narratives, enters the scene with its familiar insistence. The closes funnel wind. The winds nurse pockets of calm. Doorways breathe depending on the hour. Over time, families and shopkeepers stage interventions. Sand at the foot of a step, a shallow trench to escort water away from tempers. A strip of canvas nailed to the bottom of a door like a draft excluder in training. Reformers later codify this into regulations. Paving standards, requirements for drains that won't forget their job. But what you feel with your own ankles is the long, slow education of a city teaching itself how to stay dry enough to remain kind. From a technical angle, the terminology matters. A close is usually a private passage to tenements, often gated or once gated, while a wind tends to be a public thoroughfare, meandering because the land had first opinion. The difference shows in thresholds. Closes have the intimate interrupt of courtyards and stair doors. Wynds often offer vistas you can borrow for 2 breath lengths at a time. This mainstream distinction helps you read the landscape without any plaque telling you what to think. If you do happen upon a panel or marker, take it as a neighborly nudge, not as scripture. The stones themselves have the longer memory. Last comes the pleasure of noticing how hidden doors and service passages create what planners today might call backstage circulation. A phrase fancier than the thing requires. The real charm is how the system gives the front rooms more grace by lifting chores into their own lanes. Shutters open to conversation while, 2 flights below, a crate finds its shelf without fanfare. The under routes keep the overseen composed. This is the opposite of secrecy. It's transparency of purpose. Let public life remain public, let work remain competent, and let both respect each other's timing. Your part in it is simple. You walk kindly, you listen for wheels, you carry your share of the city's small wisdoms without spilling. Above the cobbles, the ridge holds its breath like a ship's keel, and the whole old town seems to balance on that stony line from Castle Rock to Holyrood. The shape is destiny here. A narrow spine, steep flanks, and limited elbow room. Streets commit to the crest because the slopes argue back, and every time a builder wants more space, the answer arrives in 2 directions at once. Upward into the sky and downward into basements that burrow for colth and steadiness. Footsteps carry you along the crown of that spine, but the story you're listening for hums below your soles in the layered foundations that made height possible without letting gravity win. Geology sets the table before history brings the plates. Castle Rock is a volcanic plug, hard and stubborn, with a tail of softer deposits stretched east by ancient ice. That crag and tail formation invites a defensive castle at the crag and a ribbon of settlement along the tail. A textbook example of topography writing the outline for a city. The mainstream fact goes like this. Crowding on the ridge pushed tenements to extravagant heights by early modern standards, some reaching a dozen stories when counted from the lowest entrance on the downhill side. Basements, in that arrangement, aren't afterthoughts. They are the anchor teeth biting into the slope so the whole stack can stand and keep standing when the wind turns opinionated. Picture a burgage plot elongated like a bookmark laid north, south across the ridge. At the crest, a narrow frontage faces the high street. Behind it, the land falls away, tempting ambitious owners to pack in more rooms, more neighbors, more stairs, and crucially, more cellars where goods could sit out the weather. You walk that geometry with your hips as much as your eyes. A doorway level with the pavement on the upslope side strolls out into air several floors above a back court, and beneath that court, spaces cluster like careful pockets. Access happens from every side. A hatch from the street, a stair from the shop, a lane from the yard. The ridge never wastes a vertical inch. Consider the difference a slope makes to a ledger. A flat city pays rent in footprints. This city pays in section drawings. When a merchant leases a ground floor shop, the ground keeps shifting depending on which door you count. The first cellar might be 3 steps down from the front, but the second cellar lies 12 steps below the back court. And a prudent tenant learns to index rooms by both compass and altitude. East by basement, west by barrel, 1 arch past the drain. Most days the system runs smoother than it sounds because the work itself, lifting, rolling, stacking, teaches a grammar as persuasive as any written rule. From the 14th century onward, a civic chorus urges everyone to build more carefully and keep the through routes clear. The Flodden Wall hems the old town in the 16th century, and that defensive ring, combined with stubborn geology, turns every square yard precious. The mainstream narrative is simple. Hemmed in by wall and water, the town grows vertical. The Nor Loch gathers to the north, a dark mirror below the ridge where a lake occupies what later becomes Prince's Street Gardens. With expansion outward discouraged, builders double down on the ridge, and for every story that rises into light, another half-story finds purpose in the slope, where cool stone makes a perfect ally for storage and craft. Along the high street, the land pretends to be tame for stretches, but the side streets betray the truth. Closes spill you into altitude changes so dramatic that a ground floor can be confessed only with an asterisk. On the downslope side, basements recruit one another into tiers. One room tucks under a shop, another room under that shares a wall with a neighbor's foundation. A third space leans on the arch of a supporting vault. You step into these rooms and feel architecture reasoning with geology in real time. Arches where weight needs curving paths to the earth, square openings where the load is straightforward, and little relieving holes where trapped air behaves better if it can make a quiet escape. Beneath those arches, practical dreams take root. Brewers keep wort cool, coopers let timber rest, and vintners trust the stone to carry a steady temperature that no rooftop garret could promise. A quirky footnote nips at your sleeve. In certain addresses, the sloping site let a wine merchant deliver directly into the second cellar from a narrow lane that passed behind the row, bypassing the shop entirely. The casks rolled downhill in a controlled waltz while ledgers upstairs only needed to update a line, the spatial equivalent of a backstage pass. Efficiency, here, isn't gadgetry. It's slope-savvy choreography. Builders talk in elevations the way sailors talk in knots. A tenement on the crest might show 5 respectable floors to the high street, but count from the Cowgate side on a steep block and the number swells, because basement upon basement stacks under the formal entrance like a prepared argument. Mainstream sources stress that crowding and cost drove the height. The backstory in the stone says basements kept the bargain plausible by stabilizing the mass and organizing the daily flow of goods and heat. A beam running front to back braces the span. A transverse wall becomes both boundary and buttress. A cellar corridor is not a mystery tunnel so much as a load-bearing compromise wearing the polite clothes of circulation. Records, as usual, speak in unromantic detail and thereby persuade more effectively than any Gothic flourish. Rents list below-level spaces separately. Inventories count barrels, bales, and bolts of cloth in rooms that never see the sun. Court papers scold a neighbor who blocked a shared stair or let water pool where the slope could have helped if given half a chance. A darling oddity surfaces here. One lease specifies the right to hang a lantern at the foot of a stair for the safety of honest men and kegs. The wording makes you smile, but the intention is crisp. Light a little, avoid a lot. Numbers whisper their own debate across the centuries. How tall did the tallest Old Town stacks truly rise, if measured from their lowest entrance to the chimneys? Some sources rhapsodize about 15 or even 16 stories, while more cautious scholars suggest that counts sometimes double up on attics and cellars or blur the difference between a subcellar and a cellar with a half-landing in between. Historians are still debating this question. What your hand on the wall can verify is humbler and more useful. The slope made one address feel like 2 different buildings stitched back to back, and the basements played the hinge in that stitching. Gravity, which can be a tyrant in careless cities, learned good manners on this ridge. Goods descended when heavy and ascended only when needed, saving shoulders and tempers. Doors opened where turning circles made sense, not where symmetry craved applause. Basements absorbed the day's heaviest tasks so the rooms above could breathe. Ventilation shafts tucked at corners pulled a draft down from higher lanes. Drains slipped away beneath paving to say polite farewells to rainwater. None of it sought drama. All of it pursued ease. The city felt what worked and kept it like a well-fitting coat. Legends, of course, prefer the extraordinary. Whispered tales have long insisted that secret councils met under the street or that sly ladders connected rival houses through obscure subcellars. Occasionally, a hidden passage truly did provide a discreet link for service or storage, but the grosser claims often smell like a later century's appetite for romance rather than a clerk's habit of accuracy. A better story lives in open daylight, families building upward while agreeing, tacitly and explicitly, to share the undercrofts so no one's cask spoiled and nobody's steps turned to treacherous mush. It's not much for a ghost tour, but it's excellent urbanism with a human face. Debate in planning circles of the 18th century introduced new language, improvement, ventilation, hygiene, and the ridge listened. The South Bridge and later works shifted traffic and opened fresh arches, but the principle remained the same. Use the spine to structure life, and let basements solve for temperature, storage, and structure. Meanwhile, the Nor-Loch's fate changed across decades, moving slowly toward drainage and transformation into green space. That slow metamorphosis shifted the northern outlook of the ridge from sour water to open gardens. But the habit of counting elevation as carefully as floor area persisted. Even once air flowed freer, basements kept their vocation. Keep goods good, keep structures honest, keep chores out of the way of conversation. Materials keep their own diary. Reddish sandstone glows under a wick. Lime mortar breathes. Oak beams take a set that teaches their successors how to be helpful. Downslope walls thicken to shoulder load and resist seepage. Upslope walls carry the gossip of footsteps 2 floors above. Floors at basement level often lie not on bare earth but on a carefully planned bed. Rubble for drainage, planks for comfort where needed, and later, flags with a fall that guides water to an obedient threshold. A gentle curiosity sometimes appears. Shells embedded in lime washes glitter faintly under lamplight, left over from the making of the mortar and not, alas, a secret code from sailors, though you might permit yourself the pleasure of the thought for 5 seconds before admitting the prosaic truth. Daily routine turns those section drawings into choreography you can count in breaths. Deliveries arrive early downslopes so street crowds won't argue. Sellers take the heavies before midday warmth complicates lifting. Ledgers close near dusk when a candle's value is better spent on supper. You shoulder a door with a knowing nudge, step down the 3 shallow treads to the first cellar, pass under a comforting arch into the second where barrels nap in rows, then pause at the window slit that greets the back lane with an eye-level glimpse of wheels. The city collects rituals like these and files them in bodies rather than books. That filing system is notoriously durable. Planning philosophies from the Enlightenment knock politely on the lintel and are admitted. Wider stairs where traffic merits it, grates that discourage casual dumping, and new expectations about light and air creep in. None of it erases the spine logic. It refines it. The rear becomes less of a cul-de-sac and more of a service street. The basement loses a bit of gloom and gains confidence as a legitimate part of the plan rather than a tolerated workaround. A mainstream observation lines up here. Reform that cooperates with the grain of a place lasts longer than reform that scolds it. On this ridge, the grain is vertical density married to slopewise prudence. The basements are that marriage's practical vows. Finally, a handful of human-scale vignettes help your feet believe what the diagrams promise. A shopkeeper on the crest partners with a neighbor 2 doors downslope to share a cool room. A baker cools loaves in a window inset that opens into a basement passage, letting steam drift into a lane that appreciates the kindness. A fiddler tests a phrase under a brick vault and discovers a friendly echo because the curve was set by a mason who trusted his ear as much as his plumb line. A delightful oddball tradition survives in one stairwell. A small stone called the step-thanker, worried smooth by thumbs, gets a pat from anyone whose delivery made it to the bottom without an oath. Superstition? Maybe. Or maybe just an honest nod to gravity's good behavior on a day when the slope played fair. Maps flatten cities, but this one resists. Understanding Old Town means learning to think in slices. Stand at a close mouth and imagine cutting through the street as if it were a layered cake. Shop at the frosting, room behind the shop tucked into shade, first cellar shouldering barrels, second cellar borrowing cool from the soil, court stepping down to meet a lane, then perhaps a third space sharing a wall with your neighbor's second. None of it is monstrous or hidden. All of it is there because the ridge invited it and people said, "I." The marvelous part is how ordinary the marvelous feels once the rhythm takes your stride. Rhetoric occasionally promises that a city's soul can be found in its skyline. But here the soul sits in the underpinnings. It lives in the decision to let basements carry the weight of a compact life so the upper rooms can afford light and talk and bread. It lives in the craft that reads a hillside as an ally rather than an obstacle. It lives in 100 small agreements: how to share a stair, where to pause a wheelbarrow, which hatch opens for neighbors who knock correctly, that keep friction low and dignity high. If the ridge provided the stage, the basements built the wings and rigging, and the play would sag without them. Doubts remain where evidence thins, and it's good to leave them honest. How often did households with little cash sleep in the same rooms where casks breathed? How far did temporary arrangements blur into long habits? Which vaults labeled in later guides were always stolid storerooms and which saw the occasional extra purpose cynically amplified by Victorian imagination? Historians are still debating this question, and in the meantime your best instrument remains attention. What the stone tells your fingertips, what the grade tells your knees, what the draft tells your ears about how rooms connect. That attentiveness keeps you nicely immune to both dour dismissal and giddy exaggeration. Memory, when it grows up, tends to prefer competence to spectacle. The Old Town's competence sits in the way a spine-shaped city taught itself to breathe through its basements. Cooling, storing, bracing, and smoothing the work of a day so the street above could remain busy without toppling into chaos. Next time you walk the crest and glance down a close, you'll sense the under-architecture doing its quiet job. Arch distributing load, stair distributing labor, storage distributing time between harvest and hunger. It isn't glamorous, it's better than glamorous. It's reliable. Perspective granted by this ridge becomes a souvenir you actually use. Modern streets with level pavements will feel suddenly two-dimensional to you, and any slope town you visit will volunteer its secrets more quickly. Which door takes deliveries, where the cool air pools at noon, why a bracket lives exactly there and not anywhere else. You'll hear the echo of Edinburgh's solution set in other places that solved similar problems with their own accents. The specifics change, the principle holds: build to your geology, organize with kindness, and let the lowest rooms carry the heavier chores without complaining. Coda, then, for the spine itself. Castle Rock keeps watching without comment. The tail keeps inviting balance. The houses keep their pact with gravity. Your role as a late-arriving witness is to walk gently and admire the patience embedded in stone. The basements are neither afterthought nor underworld. They are the city's reasonable basement brain, regulating temperature and temper alike. Step back onto the Royal Mile with that understanding tucked in your pocket, and the clink of trade around you sounds richer, because you know where the day's wait went to rest while the evening's talk begins. South Bridge arrives in your night's walk like a stone violin, all arches and intention, laid across the dip between Old Town's spine and the bustle to the south. The city wanted a shortcut that behaved like a boulevard, and what it built became a layered instrument. Shops and doorways on the upper deck for daylight lives, and, tucked inside the giant ribs, a honeycomb of vaults where trade, storage, and experiments in urban convenience quietly tried to make sense of damp. Those spaces, you're stepping into them now, are not catacombs and not myths. They are the backstage of a civic ambition that aimed high in the Enlightenment and discovered, almost immediately, that water has its own philosophy. Beneath the paving, arches replicate like careful thoughts. A bridge is never just a line from here to there. It is a stack of problems solved in stone, load, thrust, drainage, circulation, repeated from one span to the next until the gap gives up. Builders shaped a sequence of barrel vaults between massive piers, then enclosed those vaults with outer walls, and suddenly there were rooms, dry in theory, convenient in plan, rentable in the ledgers that promised a practical return on civic investment. The mainstream history lesson is simple enough. An 18th-century city craving efficiency fabricated square footage out of thin air by turning leftover structural cavities into usable chambers. Engineers speak through curves as much as through numbers. Here the geometry is comfortingly legible, arch upon arch, a cadence of crescents, every stone angled to let its neighbor lean without complaint. You pass a palm across the inner skin of one vault and feel the mason's compromise. Smoother where hands have polished, rougher where lime has retreated from stubborn drips. The mathematical beauty is everywhere, and still the practical voice chimes in. Vents at high points, drip ledges at joints, lime mortar chosen because it breathes. On paper, the vaults ought to have been ideal cellars. On rainy days, the paper went a bit soggy around the edges. Arches do not object to water. People do. The first tenants below found that the bridge's grand surfaces collected rain and delivered it as delicate, persistent complaints. A weeping seam here, a reluctant puddle there. Stone can shrug at such inconveniences for a century. Grain and leather cannot. So routines pivoted. Barrels were cribbed off the floor on sturdy timbers. Sacks kept a dignified distance from walls. Door bottoms learned the courtesy of a lip, and grates taught themselves patience. Nothing down here is a disaster. Everything is a negotiation between a city's ambition and its climate's sense of humor. Moisture starts 1,000 micro-innovations. You notice a runnel carved into the threshold like a fine hemstitch, guiding drips to a drain that winks from the corner. A tin reflector by a lamp lifts light into the ceiling's curve so it bounces back like a friendly shrug, drying a patch just enough for string to keep its integrity. A quirky tidbit plays interpreter. Early tenants sometimes hung umbrellas open inside for a day or two after storms. Not because they were delicate souls, but because the vault air, paradoxically, dried fabric faster than the misty outdoors. Practicality takes odd shapes when weather writes the rules. Merchants made the most of the cool from the start. Wine rested with the slow confidence of chemistry that respects shade. Cheese found a middling temperature that kept personalities pleasant. Records mention casks, tons, and bales counted with the exactness that makes accountants purr. The mainstream point reliability shows up in every ledger line. Despite the leaks, despite the occasional argumentative drip, these rooms provided a steady climate unmatched by street-level shops buffeted by summer heat and winter sulk. Down here, seasons soften into a polite handshake. Stories multiply wherever architecture invites curiosity. The vaults, being instantly photogenic before photography existed, attracted rumor the way lamplight attracts moths. People said this chamber or that corridor hosted secret clubs, daring escapades, injustice, or romance. Later people said the same with more adjectives. Against all that, the paper trail remains staid. Leases, inventories, a complaint about a blocked drain, a fine for stacking past a line. Your experience in the corridor between two arches leans toward the practical. The scuff of a handcart's iron tire, the chalk figures on a beam, the not quite vanished smell of hops and hope. Somewhere a narrow vent pipe pierces upward, and a hint of busker's melody threads down from the bridge deck like a ribbon that escaped its bow. The acoustic trick of these chambers deserves a quiet smile. Curved ceilings gather sound into a velvety focus. A whisper at the arch's shoulder returns to the opposite wall with manners. Workers learned which corners softened a laugh and which tossed it around. A few used that knowledge to teach songs to each other while rolling barrels in time. No mystery there, only physics performing a small warm favor. Official voices eventually turned their attention from road to rooms. Municipal zeal, newly empowered by Enlightenment notions of improvement, eyed the damp with knitted brows. Recommendations arrived like polite letters. Let air move. Let water choose a path. Use limewash to discourage sulk and shadow. Improvements followed in patches, as improvements always do. One vault learned a drain before a neighbor did. One stair got a railing while another trusted knees. If a narrative of decline ever tried to settle down here, it met a stronger narrative of persistence. Debate about what precisely went on in every chamber trails you like a curious cat. Some accounts emphasize orderly storage and humble craft. Others magnify tales of makeshift lodging or dubious enterprise. Historians are still debating this question. Your responsible habit tonight is to reach for what the stone and the sensible record agree on. These were engineered cavities within a civic bridge, designed for utility, quickly reassigned by moisture from ideally dry to workably damp, and in use, lawful, ordinary use, whenever people could make that distinction profitable. Walk a little deeper and the plan reveals itself as a necklace of rooms threaded by short passages. Each arch's belly creates a chamber. Buttresses and party walls carve that chamber into slices. A few rooms communicate. Others stand independent, their doors facing short corridors that gather at stairs like tributaries. You learn the practical cartography. This vault near the middle keeps best in summer. That one toward the east speaks in colder drafts. A pair at the south end hear street music above and must be asked politely to concentrate. Nothing here is identical. Everything rhymes. Commerce knows how to schedule patience. Deliveries come early, when the bridge deck is quiet, so a horse can nose a cart into a side entry without frowning at traffic. Porters choose the routes that minimize arguments between wheels and thresholds. A barrel stopped at a chalk mark rests long enough for staves to resettle after rolling. A playful oddity survives in notes. One shop above rang a small bell down a pipe when newly tapped ale was ready. A cheerful code for the cellar workers to get the clean mugs, which they did with the unhurried efficiency of people who know their day will be fine. Curators of imagination arrive centuries later, when the vaults, partially abandoned, rediscovered, and reinterpreted, start to collect guided footsteps and flashlight beams. Tours thread through arches with a balanced script. Some lore, some ledger, some laughter. The best guides make room for uncertainty, acknowledging where the evidence thins and where the damp thickens the urge to embroider. You, staying gentle, appreciate the hospitality of a place that allows a little storytelling so long as it doesn't bully the facts. Acoustics inside a bridge ask for a respectful pace. A dropped coin becomes an aria. A joke told too briskly turns into a pebble skipping off a pond of murmurs. Workers knew how to use that. The quick double tap of a mallet signaled a hand up. The long scrape of a wheel at the threshold announced a polite need for shoulders. Even today, with modern sounds leaking through, distant traffic like a sea in a shell, the old rhythm can be felt if not fully heard. The place keeps time even when nobody is counting. Guides who love detail point out the limewash that once brightened surfaces and discouraged the cling of moisture. They show where salts have bloomed like a shy frost, and where later repairs, bricks replacing stone at a corner, a concrete patch trying to look casual, tell the ongoing story of maintenance. Practical advice still holds. Don't lean sacks against an exterior wall. Raise goods above the floor. Let air cycle daily. It's astonishing how many centuries refuse to be outwitted by a single bucket. Better to work with them than to pretend otherwise. Maps of the vaults have multiplied, each a little different because the bridge's interior is part architecture and part geology, and both resist standardization. A plan that looks crisp on a desk acquires a friendly stutter when translated into ankles and elbows. You carry an intuitive map instead. The long arch that creaks kindly. The side room with the echo that flatters a whistle. The warm patch above a neighbor's bakehouse flue. The cool corner where cheese always seems to think more clearly. The human body is its own cartographer, and down here it draws trustworthy charts. Evening descends in 2 layers. Above, a brisk city folding itself into pubs and lamplight. Below, a steady calm that belongs not to night, but to a climate unbothered by clock faces. The vaults feel older than dust and younger than haste. Over time, some were bricked up, some repurposed, some forgotten and refound when renovations teased open old seams. Each rediscovery rewrote a paragraph in the city's self-portrait. Not darker, just more layered. Not stranger, just more honest about the excess rooms that ambition leaves behind. Up on the bridge, facades present a respectable row of addresses. Inside the stone, the ribs carry the truth. Loads move through masonry like stories move through families. Distributed, softened, passed on. The vaults are the yes and of structure. Yes, the arch carries. And since there's space here, let's use it. Not every urban project offers such a clean meeting between necessity and opportunity. When you step across a threshold down here, you're stepping into the intention behind a city that believed a bridge could be more than a road. One memory clings to this place for anyone who has worked in it. Temperature that refuses drama. Summers upstairs tire people out by late afternoon. Summers downstairs say with a shrug, "Carry on." Winters upstairs squeak shoes on frosted steps. Winters downstairs lower their voice but keep the same sentence going. A cellar that refuses to panic is worth 3 heroic speeches. And the vaults became, for many occupations, the space where panic had the least reason to apply. Lastly, a sliver of social fabric reveals itself in small customs. Borrowed keys return wrapped in twine. A shared broom travels between rooms like a friendly gossip. A note in neat hand apologizes for borrowing the dolly and promises it back before the noon delivery of flour. You measure the civility of a city not by its proclamations but by where it stores its spare wedges, and whether the wedges come home. Down here, they mostly do, and that tells you everything important about the bridge above and the bodies that built it. Elements conspire kindly and stubbornly in the basements of Old Town. And tonight the lesson is housekeeping at civic scale. How water tests patience, how fire teaches respect, and how fresh air negotiates the truce between the two. Arches and stairs you met earlier keep the rhythm, but the plot now follows the invisible. Drips that insist on finding seams, smoke that looks for exits, and breezes that behave like shy house guests until invited with care. With sleeves rolled and voice low, you join a long line of people who make small adjustments so goods keep well. Lungs stay cheerful, and stone continues its quiet work. Rain begins the story with a signature that Edinburgh knows by heart. Roofs collect it, gutters escort it, closes funnel it, and the slope, with its old mischief, offers the wrong directions unless someone draws a better map for the water to follow. That is where thresholds get their subtle falls, where channels cut with the neatness of a tailor's hem lead to drains that have seen more days than most houses. Mainstream history emphasizes exactly this choreography. Municipal paving, regularized runnels, and penalties for dumping slops in the wrong place, because water control was as fundamental to the city's survival as walls or markets. Down in the cellars, the lesson resists poetry and chooses routine. Lift sacks off the floor, leave a finger's breadth between barrel and wall. Keep a mop but prefer not to need it. Wells once turned work into community. In the Old Town core, draws from street wells set the clock. People gathered, counted, and carried, bringing the day's water down stairs that never learned to be less steep. Some tenements installed cisterns or used rain barrels tucked discreetly in back courts. And in a few basements, small stone-lined sumps served as way stations for runoff, holding the worst of a storm's enthusiasm until it could be coaxed away. The rational objective, clean enough, close enough, governed everything. A quirky fragment you're allowed to enjoy whispers that certain cellar keepers kept sprigs of juniper ready to wave over buckets, half for scent and half for the satisfaction of doing something while water behaved like itself. Buckets earn their own paragraph because fire insists. Along with sand tubs at stair feet and hooks hanging where a quick reach could matter, these were the neighbor's insurance policy before the professional era. The Great Fire of 1824, raging in the Upper Town, taught the whole ridge the cost of complacency and quickened reforms in building and response. Mainstream accounts credit James Braidwood's Edinburgh fire establishment with bringing a disciplined, almost scientific approach to urban firefighting. The underrooms felt that influence in requirement and habit, clear routes, fewer obstructions, and a culture that treated flammable clutter like a rude guest. Nothing lurid here, only the grown-up agreement that flame deserves courtesy and distance. Candlelight behaves better when it's coached. Holders fixed to walls where elbows won't quarrel with flames. Reflectors of tin or polished pewter throw light into curves so one small wick performs like three. Over time, oil lamps and then safer designs diminish the risk further, but the etiquette remains. Never tuck a flame beneath a timber. Never trust memory to recall whether a taper was fully pinched. An odd practice surfaces in ledgers and letters. Sprinkling a few drops of vinegar on a broom and sweeping the floor before a candlelit task, partly for dust, partly because someone's aunt swore it sweetened the air enough to keep throats from fussing. Whether the chemistry cooperated is another matter. The habit, however, kept attention close to the ground where danger often begins. Ventilation earns a craftsman's respect, not a philosopher's speech. Air wants reasons. Builders provide them in slits, shafts, and grills that sit like punctuation around doorways and under steps. A vent set high borrows the physics of warm air rising. A low opening offers cooler air, an invitation to join the party. In places where the bridge vaults taught humility about moisture, ventilators multiply like polite windows, some with internal shutters that let you decide how much conversation the room has with the street. The mainstream principle, let air move across rather than stagnate, becomes 100 small design choices you feel more than you see. Reformers in the 18th and 19th centuries translate good sense into policy. Paving standards specify gradients. Building acts prefer lime mortar that breathes over hard cements that trap sulk. And inspection routines nudge landlords to carve gutters where water lingers too long. None of it reads as dramatic to your steps, and that's precisely the point. The success of such reforms appears in what doesn't happen. Fewer slick thresholds, fewer damp corners that teach salt to bloom on walls, and fewer smoky rooms that bully lungs. A city improves not just by inventing. It also improves by removing the opportunities for inconvenience to become trouble. Practice takes over where regulation leaves off. You set barrels on trestles that lift them above the day's surprises. You leave a hand's width between sacks and walls. You sweep toward drains that have learned their duty. You prop doors according to a private calendar of breezes that centuries of shoulders already know by feel. Remember the greased wooden skates that helped casks down a tricky close? Those same skates, when stored in a dry corner, last longer. When left in a damp one, swell in sulky silence and teach you the value of a chalked reminder on the wall. It's all housekeeping, yes, but housekeeping elevated by continuity. Chimneys, even when far above, shape the life below. A flue that passes near a cellar wall can make a winter nook where linen dries and cheese objects. A hearth 2 floors up can warm a beam enough to ask for a check of the bracket beneath. Mainstream advice evolved accordingly. Sheath timbers near warm spots with protective metal. Keep flues clean so sparks don't travel where they aren't invited. And respect the draft so smoke chooses the sky instead of the stairwell. Households that share walls share vigilance, too, and any basement tour inevitably includes the upward glance, the quiet calculation of where heat lives when weather loses its temper. Smoke, when it does go astray, becomes the teacher everyone listens to. Even a small brazier for a worker's hands can complain if a room has forgotten how to breathe. Solutions are modest and effective. A thin vent cut near the crown of an arch. A baffle that guides air without letting rain take liberties. A schedule that pairs certain tasks with certain hours when the outside air encourages rather than resists cooperation. Scholars sometimes argue about how early these habits were common or codified. Either way, your lungs appreciate the lineage of small fixes that make a low room feel wide. Drafts, those shy cousins of wind, double as air messengers and mood stabilizers. The trick is to borrow them without letting comfort escape. Slatted doors, grills with angled vanes, and undercut thresholds allow a quiet exchange while keeping the temperature steady enough to tame yeast, dry rope, and calm cheese. A charming oddity slips from a family notebook. Orange peels pinned to an apron by a seamstress who swore that their scent kept the air lively in winter and distracted from the humbler aromas of industry. Placebo or perfume, the habit adds a cheerful comma to the day. Limewash, chalk white and humble, makes basements smile back. It brightens arches, Dieter's mildew, and turns lamplight into a patient partner that carries further with less drama. Applied and reapplied, it becomes a calendar you can read in thinness and fresh strokes, a record of upkeep as faithful as any ledger. The mainstream reason is durability and breathability. Lime lets walls exhale, and exhalation is a health practice for stone. When salt blooms, a soft frost of crystals where moisture brings minerals to the surface, brushing and fresh wash keep the conversation between wall and air honest. Waterproofing in the strict sense remains a careful word here. Hard coatings trap damp, which then sulks and makes trouble elsewhere. The favored approach becomes guidance rather than incarceration. Lead drips at lintels to shed water, flagstones laid with a gentle fall to escort puddles away, and sacrificial surfaces designed to accept where so structures at heart remain sound. This bias toward cooperation over confrontation with water explains why certain rooms age gracefully. They inhale mist, exhale dryness, and never pretend to be something Edinburgh weather would laugh at. Anecdotes give the engineering personality. A porter reputedly kept a test feather hanging by the cellar hatch. If it stirred when no one moved, a draft was running, and he adjusted a vent before lifting dusty stock. Another merchant swore by scattering fresh oat husks along a seam to watch where damp encouraged them to cling, a kind of low-tech moisture map before the era of fancy instruments. These aren't superstitions. They're experiments conducted by people whose laboratory is the day's work and whose peer review is a neighbor's raised eyebrow. Debate persists, and it's worth letting it. Did the South Bridge vaults fail as designed? prompting quick abandonment, or did they succeed as adapted, serving steady purposes for decades in spite of leaks? Were certain basements routinely used for lodging in hard times or only pressed into such service occasionally, exaggerated later into a permanent condition by storytellers searching for atmosphere? Historians are still debating this question. Your measured answer keeps company with the walls. Design intended dryness. Climate granted workable damp. People adjusted to harness cold and mitigate drip. And later memory, hungry for legend, colored the past more boldly than the limewash ever did. Nightfall makes the air reveal its habits. In summer, warmth rises through a building and tempts a gentle draw through grills. In winter, cold outside presses against stone until a careful balance steals in. Enough movement to keep lungs pleased, not so much that fingers complain. You time tasks to match. Airing linen when drafts behave, mending near the warm patch above a flue when weather sulks, counting stock where light reflects best off limewash so numbers stop pretending to be philosophical. This choreography turns the invisible into a predictable partner. Workdays set a metronome the city hums along to. Early hours favor deliveries, when lanes are less argumentative and thresholds have not yet collected the day's damp. Midday belongs to sorting and mending under steady light with doors propped for courteous breezes. Late afternoon suits the quiet tasks. Labeling, chalking tallies, a final sweep toward obedient drains, so that evening can fold in without surprise. The mainstream truth is that such schedules weren't just preferences. They were responses to utilities long before utilities acquired wires or pipes. The basement, in this timeline, is the utility room that town planning made possible out of topography. Neighbors make the system human. Shared vents are negotiated, not presumed. A schedule for airing that avoids sending flour dust into a neighbor's drying linen appears on a tidy scrap of paper and actually works because the stair is a whisper network older than any newsletter. Borrowed brooms return with bristles uncomplaining. Sand buckets stay topped up because nobody wants the embarrassment of being the reason a spark misbehaved. Courtesy becomes infrastructure, and the sellers demonstrate that kindness is a technology even when no one calls it that. Seasonality sharpens the sense of proportion. Spring rains mean attention to thresholds and a little extra limewash. Summer warmth requests that doors spend longer ajar and cheese gets moved to the cooler arch. Autumn fog, har curling in from the firth, asks for patience with air that refuses to make up its mind. Winter insists on dry kindling stored 2 floors down where temperature keeps it even-tempered. In each season, the triumvirate holds: water's insistence, fire's appetite, air's diplomacy. Your job is to cooperate with all three in a way that lets routine dominate narrative. Upstairs, reforms send ripples below. Improvements to street lighting reduce the temptation to carry an extra candle into a cellar. Better rainwater goods lessen the surprise puddle left by a sly gutter. The founding of regular fire patrols places responsibility on watch lists, as well as neighbors' quick feet. The basements feel these as soft changes. Fewer emergencies, more maintenance. This is the kind of history that evades postcards and rewards slow walking. A city that grows a little safer not through grand gestures, but through 1,000 retained lessons. Downstairs, ingenuity keeps pace. Grills gain adjustable slats. Doors learn the grace of thresholds with built-in water lips. Shelves evolve from mere planks to frames that invite airflow. Hooks migrate where elbows no longer argue. A family might hang a slate near the vent to chalk the day's posture. Open half, closed when fog, prop at noon. And that casual policy prevents 100 minor annoyances. A tradition persists in some rooms. A tiny brass whistle lives by the vent, not for alarms, but to test the direction of the draft with a soft note. The music of airflow is a language you grow fluent in by ear. Finally, a gentle summing up steadies the breath. What really happens in the basements of Edinburgh's Old Town when the subjects are water, fire, and fresh air is not melodrama but method. Rain is courted into cooperation, flame is offered safe employment, and breezes are invited to stay for just the right amount of time. The mainstream story speaks of regulations, reforms, and the professionalization of safety. The offbeat details add orange peels, vinegar brooms, juniper sprigs, test feathers, and oat husk moisture maps. The debate keeps scholars awake at conferences and sends you home with a respectful shrug that admits uncertainty without surrendering to myth. In your hands, the lamp burns steady. At your back, a draft behaves. Under your feet, a threshold drains with the good manners of experience. The city rests easier for these invisible victories, and so pleasantly do you. Ledgers come first when trade descends the stair, because numbers make the steps steadier. A merchant's book lies open on a slanted shelf beside the hatch, neat columns sharing space with thumb smudges earned honestly. Before a single cask settles on trestles, entries line up like porters waiting their turn. Date, supplier, volume, condition, next tasting. Walking in, you feel how paper holds the room together as tightly as any arch prices breathe with seasons. Credit terms ripple through families, and every mark of ink has a corresponding mark in the stone. A scuff at shoulder height where barrels pause, a groove where the handcart always pivots, a brighter half-moon on the floor where straw mats have been replaced too many times to count. Barrels, of course, are the citizens of this underworld, with staves like ribs and hoops like belts cinched for serious work. A cooper's craft follows you in the scent of oak and toasted grain, the whisper of a hoop driver, the tidy syllables of a mallet correcting a stubborn stave. You run a palm along the curve and the wood replies with a faint, dry music, reassuring you that it will keep its promises. Mostly. Delivery men roll the casks rim over rim, stopping to listen for a wobble, and there's a small ritual you adopt without thinking. A pause, a tilt, a tap at the bung to confirm the temper of what's inside. Calm is the rule. Nobody rushes a barrel because a barrel remembers. Keys hang beside the ledger like punctuation marks that decide who gets to finish the sentence. Brass teeth, iron wards, a stubby bit with an odd flourish. Each has a personality the same way handwriting does. You take the ring with the confidence of someone entrusted, and suddenly the city's skeleton opens for you. A door for deliveries only, a hatch for the quick pass of a crate, a barred gate that yields to authority but not to charm. Etiquette lives in those metals. Borrowed keys return wrapped in twine. Spare keys hide in places that would make a locksmith harumph and a grandmother approve. Reputation, more than cutting, makes a key work in this town. Merchants speak softly because the rooms amplify trust or doubt. A wine dealer tests a sample with a glass that looks absurdly elegant amid hoists and ropes, and then enters a verdict in 3 words that will ripple across winter. Hold shows promise. A brewer's agent counts without touching. Naming measures the way a musician names notes. Even the grocer, whose barrels hold salted fish or oats rather than romance, adopts the same reverence for proportion. Mainstream history tells you that Edinburgh's commercial backbone relied on long-distance trade through Leith and careful distribution along the ridge. The basements prove that backbone needed cool, lockable muscle to stay upright. Inventories evolve into conversation when the casks begin to settle. A clerk murmurs about Portuguese pipes and French hogsheads, about the honest weight of tallow and the slow politeness of dried fruits that traveled more comfortably than most people. You watch a chalk stick dance, a diagonal for arrival, a loop when a tap is set, a tidy cross when empty heads home to be renewed. Quirky tradition adds an extra flourish. Some merchants chalk a tiny hat above the mark of their best cask so apprentices remember to remove their caps when they approach it, as if courtesy could improve flavor. Whether or not it does, your posture straightens out of habit, and the room seems to nod. Smells guide decisions before eyes do. Toasted oak, faint yeast, raw rope, the cool ferrous ghost of damp iron. Each tells you something about the day's work. A sack that blushes the air with apple reminds you to check the lining of its crate. A tarry note near a hoop warns that a repair happened recently and deserves follow-up. This is where offbeat knowledge gleams. A few merchants carry a small spoon carved from horn solely to taste the first tear from a newly broached cask. The horn's neutrality, they swear, makes judgment less vain. Skepticism is allowed, but the ceremony helps the room keep its rhythm. Access routes extend the life of everything stored. A side lane with a forgiving slope saves knees. A trapdoor accepts crates without bruised pride. A timber roller transforms a single porter into two. Over time, these routes become as personal as handwriting. You learn which step favors the left foot, which corner accepts a wide turn if approached with patience, which lintel returns a faint knock like a friendly throat clear as the cart passes. Mainstream urban planning eventually gives this choreography a name, backstage circulation, but the basements had mastered it long before a committee thought to convene. Pricing floats on currents that the casks can feel. A poor harvest somewhere south, a blockade rumor, an unexpected frost. Each nudges the numbers in the book and the tension in the air. Merchants hedge not with magic but with balance. A mix of vintages, a spread of grain suppliers, a friendship with a cooper who can coax another season from tired staves. Nothing here is swashbuckling. Everything is chess. The oddest footnote on money lands at your feet in the form of a small stone kept on the counting shelf. Some swear it's lucky, others insist it simply holds down a temperamental page. Either way, it rarely moves, and that immobility comforts people who live by margins. Etiquette around the bung becomes a creed. No tapping without permission, no tasting without a clean vessel, no leaning against a cask as if it were a public bench. The bung itself, softened by a drop of oil before easing out, returns with a twist that seals memory into wood. Apprentices learn to listen for a sound that is neither sigh nor hiss but something between, the noise of a cask introducing itself. Mistakes happen, but they are measured. A spilled cup earns a grimace and a lesson, not a legend. Your role is to keep attention steady, hands clean, and tools where tools expect to be. Paper trails can appear dull until you remember they outlive most of their authors. Receipts folded into quarters rest in a box with a moral. Don't pay a second time for bad memory. Licenses sit near the keys because both control risk. A crimson wax seal broken and saved serves as proof against dispute, a relic that doesn't require anyone's permission to speak. Mainstream scholarship relies on these ordinary artifacts when reconstructing how trade really ran beneath Old Town. Romance may visit the vaults on weekends, but on weekdays arithmetic opens the door. Gossip spreads at cellar temperature, which is to say slowly enough to be useful. A cooper tried a new charring pattern and a neighbor's ale behaved skittish. That detail crosses 3 closes by dusk and gets carved into tomorrow's caution. A port from a particular house shows unexpected grace this year. People you trust mention it in a register as plain as water, but their eyebrows rise, and that is how knowledge moves without grandstanding. Historians are still debating this question of how much networked information mattered compared to formal guild control, Yet your knees tell you that networks always matter in places where stairs and trust do most of the work. Labels travel as far as casks do, and they learn local accents. Chalk above a arch says, "Do not disturb," resting. But the tone belongs to the household more than the law. Some merchants pin paper tags to hoops with copper tacks. Others tie parchment with twine in knots whose shape advertises which apprentice tied them. Customers upstairs buy romance by the bottle. Yet downstairs the romance is craft, and craft communicates with marks, tags, and the occasional stern underline. Oddly, a few sellers maintain a tiny stamp in the shape of a thistle. The imprint appears next to dates on the best days as if the room signs its own performance report. Tastes evolve in public rooms while basements keep their philosophy simple. Stability first, character second, gossip never. When new fashions arrive, lighter wines, hoppier Alesh, spirits that suddenly claim the stage, the storage rooms adapt by doing less differently. Slightly cooler or slightly warmer, a rack moved, a vent managed. The fun fact worth pocketing is that some merchants placed a pebble on the bung after broaching a cask, so the evaporated angel's share wouldn't tempt anyone to top up from a less dignified neighbor. The pebble is not magic. It is a polite way of saying, "Don't meddle." Smuggling, as a theme, tries to sneak into every conversation about casks, and your job is to offer it tea and keep it honest. Did the maze of closes and cellars shield much clandestine trade? Some argue that the watchfulness of neighbors and the regularity of guild oversight made significant smuggling impractical in Old Town proper, while others point to scattered cases as evidence of a shadow economy. Historians are still debating this question. Your walk through these rooms awards more points to dull reliability than to thrilling intrigue. Even if the occasional barrel told a slider story, most were what they said they were, because business hates surprises more than moralists do. Tools rest where they work best, and each earns a nickname. The dolly that wobbles slightly answers to peg leg. The long-handled sampler becomes tasting lance, partly in jest, partly in affection for the precision it grants. A copper funnel bears a dent that everyone knows and no one fixes, because bending it out would be an act of ingratitude toward the dent that warned a generation away from clumsy angles. Quirky objects have a way of setting the tone. They remind people the room is a team long before someone wrote that idea on a poster. Schedules create harmony between upstairs and below. Deliveries prefer early morning when the bridge deck and the mile haven't yet started their arguments. Tapping happens late afternoon, so the first polite pours at supper arrive with grace. Cleaning and airing slot into the gaps like clever wedges. A rhythm emerges that feels less like regulation and more like breathing. Official acts eventually codify pieces of it. No obstructions near exits, improved drainage near common stairs, guidelines on lamp placement. But the true enforcement comes from neighbors whose patience is worth more than a fine. Stories finish their day near the counting shelf for reasons you appreciate. A merchant recalls the time a cask sang, wood and volume agreeing to produce a low, pleasant note when rolled just so. And another admits that a certain port stubbornly smelled of saddle for a month before settling into civility. They laugh quietly, and the laughter fits the room. Odd bits of knowledge get traded like spices. Which bung cloth leaves no lint, which polish on brass keeps keys from sticking in winter, which supplier writes such beautiful invoices that you're tempted to frame one as decor. You tuck these away because someday they'll be the fastest way to make a stranger feel like a colleague. Locks close the narrative as gracefully as they open it. At day's end, one key secures the hatch. Another turns in the door with a turn that hums through your wrist, and the final key, always the smallest, closes the gate that matters less to thieves than to drafts. The ring returns to its nail with an air that says, tomorrow. A final glance confirms trestles are square, vent slats sit as intended, and a chalk note reminds future you about a tasting at 10. Confidence, not secrecy, seals the room. Exports and imports anchor this place to the wider world as firmly as any ship's rope. Names on barrels: Oporto, Bordeaux, Campbellton, Islay read like shy postcards. Prices ripple when wars flare or treaties settle, and your fingers follow those ripples into storage strategies that waste less sleep. Mainstream economic history frames all this in charts. Your basement experience puts it in muscle memory. Keep a little of the tried and true. Flirt with the promising. Never let novelty bully the trestles. A quiet motto lives in many ledgers. Variety calms volatility. Apprenticeship takes shape in these rooms more convincingly than in any classroom. A young pair of hands learns the weight of a bung mallet before the weight of a signature. A young back learns the elegance of leverage before the romance of knowing where the wine was born. Corrections land soft but accurate. Listen for the slosh, not the whisper. Turn with your knees. Spare the staves. A tiny, charming custom survives. The first time an apprentice taps a cask without spilling a drop. The keys ring softly once. A sound not quite applause but absolutely approval. That chime stays with people longer than praise. Women run parts of this trade as steadily as any man, and the basements notice without drama. Widows keep businesses alive with ledgers that show neither panic nor apology. Daughters step into the role of buyer with a shrewd palate that turns heads. Wives at the counting shelf make credit decisions that ripple through several closes. Mainstream narratives sometimes lag in acknowledging this, but the casks don't. Whoever keeps the schedule and the keys keeps the respect. A quiet note on a receipt. Mistress so-and-so tasted and approved. Speaks volumes in 12 inked letters. Taste, as a cultural current, shapes the cellars without overthrowing them. When a fashion turns toward sherry or porter or smoky malts, arrangements shift. Racks for this bottle, pads for that cask, a vent adjusted to flatter a new temper. You treat novelty like a charming guest. Welcome, but expected to behave. Quirky practice continues. Some cellar keepers keep a small book of corks, labeled and dated, as a tactile timeline of the shop's palette. The book feels unnecessary until the day it helps reconcile a memory with a number. Seasonal arithmetic hums under every decision. Summer invites longer airing and stern reminders about keeping bungs tight. Winter requests patience with slow pours and rewards it with calm flavors. Spring tempts a risky enthusiasm. Autumn brings strains of fruit that want a quiet corner. Your task is to set the stage. Clean tools, obedient drains, shelves that persuade air to circulate gracefully. When the city debates improvements, better paving, tidier gutters, fire establishments, you vote with your broom and your keys, supporting the changes that make patience easier. Reputation walks quicker than a bail up a stair. Pay on time, and suppliers will let you hear about something special. Quibble unfairly, and emptiness finds your racks before winter is over. The basements become a soft stage where character performs without costuming. One strange, sweet custom deserves preservation. A nickel-sized wooden token sometimes gets slipped with a delivery to signal thanks for a kindness last month. No ledger records it. Everyone understands it. The token sits by the keys for a week, a silent encore, and then quietly disappears back into circulation. Acoustics teach caution and provide pleasure. A bung pulled in a humid room whispers differently than in a room that breathed all morning. A mallet's tap on sound would returns a note that is neither dull nor bright but content. Workers hum to match the rhythm of rolling. and the arches reward them with a modest chorus. Science can explain it with curves and reflections and absorption, but the result remains simple. The room collaborates. You notice and collaborate back. Maintenance is where ideals earn their keep. Hoops need inspection. Staves need oil. Trestles crave alignment. Thresholds demand the broom. Limewash wants another coat. Vents must be cleared of cobwebs whose architecture, however admirable, impedes airflow. Mainstream advice from reformers often reads like a poem of verbs. Sweep, drain, air, check. And the magic is that it works every time it's tried. A quirky hack appears. Some cellar keepers keep a square of clean slate and a soft cloth. Whenever a decision gets made, open, close, shift, taste. They write one adjustable word on the slate. The slate, not memory, closes arguments. Closing time arrives without fanfare and with satisfaction. Keys return home. A hand rests briefly on the best casks, hoop as if shaking hands after a good conversation. The room's cool holds like a vow. On the way up the stair, you pass the catalog of the day carved into scuffs and chalk and calmly stacked tools. Whatever romance bottles sell upstream, the real romance remains here. Competence dressed as routine. That's what really happens under the streets, night after night. A pact between wood, stone, and people who prefer their victories quiet and repeatable. Hammers speak first in the half-light, a courteous tapping that tells the arches everything is under control. The basement's cool patience suits the day's work. Shoes to be mended, hides to be scraped, pages to be stitched, candles to be dipped, tools to be sharpened. Lanterns hang at shoulder height, where the light behaves and elbows don't argue. And the stones remember 1,000 little rhythms that make a city function between deliveries and dusk. Leather takes the stage with the confidence of old trade. Cordoners, shoemakers, set lasts on benches smoothed to a sheen by years of palm and sole. Stitching alls pierce with a sound so small it seems like manners rather than labor, and wax thread pulls through with a whisper you could keep time by. A mainstream fact holds steady. Edinburgh's craft guilds, known as incorporations, cordoners for shoes, fleshers for meat and hides, hammermen for metalwork, and others, regulated quality, training, and pricing with a fussiness that kept both customers and standards safe. Down here, that fussiness translates into neat rows of eyelets, heels plain to sobriety, and a ledger that forgives neither sloppiness nor romance. Patterns hide beneath scraps that look like offcuts until a practiced hand rearranges them into thrift. A cobbler's boy learns to trace uppers so that seam allowances nest like sleeping birds. A heel stiffener, once soaked, agrees to the curve with a sigh. A quirky custom lingers. Certain shops keep a tin of beeswax mixed with a pinch of rosemary, both to dress thread and to lend the air a small courage on damp mornings. Whether chemistry or comfort, the plan works. Stitches sit calmer when the room smells like a garden pretending to be a workshop. Metal answers next, the hammerman's domain. Files sing in thin ribbons, and a fine burr of steel dust collects like gray snow around a vise. The craft isn't theatrical here. It's maintenance. Blade edges trued, buckles repaired, hoops tuned, hinges persuaded. Sparks remain rare because the space demands quiet heat, not showy flare. A small brazier breathes under an iron hood that convinces smoke to choose the upper routes. One mainstream principle whispers through the routine. Tempering depends on temperature more than temperament, and the consistent colth of a cellar keeps temper honest. Tools thank the weather by behaving more like colleagues than divas. Books arrive as stacks of printed sheets, a promise disguised as loose paper. Bookbinders fold by the bone of a folder, Press signatures into neat obedience. Stitch with linen thread that hums against the curve of a needle. A plow trues the edges with measured passes, and the spine receives its lining like a pledge. This is Enlightenment country, after all. Upstairs, salons trade ideas. Downstairs, bindings make those ideas carryable. A fine, odd practice persists among the careful. A binder pastes a narrow ribbon of wastepaper, no wider than a fingernail, across the inside of a spine to record the day's weather and the batch of glue used, a breadcrumb trail only the craft will ever need. Candles appear not only to illuminate but to be themselves the craft. Tallow and beeswax take turns. Patience decides the winner. Wicks hang like a congregation waiting for the sermon, and repeated dips build cylinders that remember gravity but ignore haste. Freshly poured wax traps a hint of honey in its first breath, and the room glows as much from scent as from flame. A mainstream footnote matters here. Guild rules once guarded who could sell candles within the burg, and the quality of fuel, clean burn, steady light, was no small public health detail in streets where smoke chose its own adventures. Even in a basement, that regulation feels like relief. A good candle is the difference between calm hands and guesswork. Paper boxes and pasteboard, less glamorous than bindings, fill an indispensable niche. Parcel makers cut and crease with a confident economy of movement, turning flat sheets into corners that behave. The trick is air. The paste dries too slowly in sulking weather unless the vent cooperates, so a slatted screen stands ready to negotiate the draft. A delightful aside lives in a notebook margin. Someone once pressed a sprig of heather into a corner of a template as a lucky gauge. If it still fit, the humidity hadn't bullied the pattern wider. Measurement tools sometimes double as charm because charm remembers. Spices and simples hint at apothecary chores happening near the stair where nose and light enjoy privileges. Mortars grind without bothering the neighbors. Scales nod with tidy weights, and the small drawers read like an herbal psalter. Angelica, orris, gentian, licorice. Basements with cleaner air host these tasks because cool keeps potency and calm makes patience. Debate persists about how much compounding took place below versus in rooms with better windows. Historians are still debating this question. Your experience suggests the quiet steps of preparation happen here, powdering, sorting, macerating, while the showier consultations prefer the front room's daylight. Timber never disappears in a city that builds with stone. Writes shape rails and shelving where humidity won't warp their efforts. Plumb lines kiss arch curves to help with fitting frames to crooked foundations that refuse to admit they are crooked. The mainstream practical considers the ridge's geometry. Nothing is wholly level, everything negotiates. And craft responds with shims and wedges that earn names like Peacemaker and the Good Liar. Wood laid on trestles away from damp grows obedient, while timber left sulking learns unhelpful memory. The basements become classroom and laboratory for this truth. Textiles bring color to the half-light even when the palette is mostly workday. Tailors cut in small rooms that cultivate quiet, pins lining sleeves like constellations. Hemming happens with a fine rhythm. Pressing waits for a warm patch near a flue where steam can choose the sky. The oddest little trick circulates among careful hands. A saucer of salted water near the pressing board to nudge humidity just enough to tame stubborn wool. Whether science or superstition, the saucer earns its keep more often than it fails, and the sellers appreciate any ally that makes fabric remember good manners. Butchers, fleshers belong more to the lanes and the daylight, yet hides and tools often descend to basements where temperature and cleaning routines behave. Scrapers hang like punctuation beside a trough whose water knows its exit. No lurid detail intrudes. The work is orderly and considerate. Mainstream frameworks mention sanitation reform creeping through the 18th and 19th centuries. Down here that reform looks like soap kept where the hand expects it, lime scattered where smell threatens to become story, and a duty roster pinned with a stub of pencil that never strays far. Stone itself is a craft that keeps consulting its own notes. Masons who repair settle cracks use lime putty that breathes, and pointing trowels move with a kindness that respects the old work. Arches teach apprentices in small sections. The joint that looks like any other gets a tap and responds with a tone only a patient ear spots as needs more. Quarries upstream and north speak through grain and hue. The basements answer by matching mortar color to story, not just to shade. A tiny odd fact fits here. Some crews keep a shell in the lime barrel, not as decoration but to test slake. If the shell softens just so, the putty is ready. Elegant judgments can be tactile. Printing belongs more to upstairs rooms where ink likes to brag about daylight, yet typecases sometimes tuck below for storage and sorting. Compositors trust the cool to keep paper temperate and vermin uninterested. The rattling music of sorts being redistributed is not loud, but it carries. A polite chatter in the corner that seems to improve everyone's handwriting on ledgers nearby. Mainstream history grants Edinburgh a lively print culture. The half-light contributes by offering a climate that stops ink from sulking and paper from becoming theatrical. Glass and light meet in the work of glaziers who cut panes for the small windows at pavement level. Snap lines whisper across scores. Putty behaves better below stairs where temperature holds steady. The finished squares ride upstairs in wooden frames like trays, destined to become the shy eyes of basements that look out at ankles and wheels. A charming aside admits that a few glaziers keep a tiny burnisher in their pocket mostly to smooth scratches out of their pride after a pane misbehaves. Humility tools have their own market. Guilds keep time like metronomes in these spaces. Apprenticeship binds hands to habits, and habits keep standards from wobbling. The incorporations meet above ground in halls with crests and minutes. Their decisions trickle down as steps. Every stitch evenly waxed, every hinge trued, every candle weighed. A mainstream truth underlines the scene guild regulation, for all its occasional stubbornness, made cities like this one trustworthy marketplaces. Without it, basements would risk becoming a frontier. With it, they hum like well-tuned instruments. Payment, however, arrives at cellar temperature. Slow, steady, and requiring patience. Credit drifted through Old Town like a careful fog. Never dramatic, always present. A cordioner might trade shoes for grain and then trade grain for leather with ledgers tying the knots. Tokens turn up, a pewter disc, a marked stick, serving as memory when coin sleeps shy. An offbeat practice sticks in your mind. Some shops keep a truth nail by the door. Customers who take goods till Monday touch it like a vow. Superstition? Maybe. Social contract? Absolutely. Soundscapes organize the day as surely as clocks. The tap of an awl, the tick of a file, the papery snick of a fold. Each announces a craft at work and signals to neighbors when not to roll a cask through a pinch point. A single cough near the arch returns to you with softened edges, and a joke travels the length of the room like a polite ripple, never a splash. Acoustics cooperate and workers return the favor by using short codes, 2 taps for a pass, a hummed phrase for mind the vent, a whistled bar when hot glue is ready. Season turns its wheel and crafts adapt without melodrama. Summer asks tailors to cut in shade and cobblers to mind the wax. Winter moves bookbinding closer to chimneys' warmth and stores tallow away from capricious drafts. Spring invents optimism. Autumn invents prudence. The basement's broker not only storage but mood. keeping everything honest and everything possible. That moderation is the town's quiet superpower. Extremes get their speeches upstairs, while the underrooms prefer practical sentences with good verbs. Sweep, fit, stitch, file, air. Instruction thrives in the half-light, and most of it happens by proximity rather than proclamation. A master notices a wrist too stiff on a plane, and a sentence later the wrist learns politeness. A binder's apprentice chews a thread end, gets caught, and learns why glue deserves respect. The best corrections land as jokes that last longer than scolds. One charming custom endures. An apprentice who finishes a task perfectly the first time earns the borrowed key, permission to lock up under supervision, because trust is the diploma that matters most. Women's work meets no fanfare here and needs none. Wives keep accounts that sail through storms. Daughters stitch book spines so neat the day blushes. Widows run shops without announcing heroics. Mainstream narratives sometimes forget to underline this, but the basements remember better. Respect follows keys and competence, not coat and title. Notes in tidy hands. Mistress Janet balanced the books. Say more about a city's health than any statue can. Debates occupy scholars who love edges and thresholds. How deeply did certain guilds actually use basements for primary making versus storage and finishing? How much noise and smoke did regulations truly tolerate in the underrooms before improvement campaigns tightened expectations? Historians are still debating this question. While the arguments continue, your steps gather modest evidence. The presence of tool marks where tools would be used, the absence of scorch where flame would misbehave, the telltale signage, chalk arrows, rack shadows of rooms that expected hands, not just crates. Oddments bring personality to the pragmatic. A shoe last with a carved thistle near the toe. The anonymous flourish of someone proud and bored at the same time. A bookbinder's plow bearing a dent that became legend. The tool that refused to gouge since the day the dent taught it humility. A candlemaker's ledger with a pressed moth wing between pages, perhaps caught by accident. Now a footnote reminding today's hands that light always finds admirers. Such artifacts show that work, even when ordinary, invites beauty through the side door. Networks extend the reach of every bench. Items that begin here travel. A pair of shoes to a student's climb up the mile. A pamphlet to a lecture hall. A set of hinges to a door that frames a lifetime. A box to carry a ribbon that becomes a story. The basement is both origin and waypoint, a room where objects acquire their competence and then graduate. That's the secret these walls keep on your behalf. Not a scandal, but a promise that the city above stands on the narrow shoulders of many small, well-done tasks. Ritual closes the day with a stanza you've learned to hum. Tools return to hooks with an order that looks like affection. Glue pots are lidded. Wicks are trimmed. Filings are brushed into a jar labeled future. Vents settle to their evening stance. Brooms lean exactly where tomorrow expects them. Ledgers gain one neat line that says, balanced. The last lantern does a courteous tour and bows to the door, which understands ceremony and clicks accordingly. Nothing dramatic, everything dependable. Memory carries forward what the light leaves behind. Tomorrow's leather will accept today's shape more readily. Tomorrow's pages will remember today's square. Tomorrow's brass will honor today's polish. Crafts practiced in half-light develop an almost musical memory. You touch the awl and the awl answers. You fit the hinge and the hinge nods. You close the book and the spine breathes as if to say, I. The city above hears none of this and benefits anyway. Walking on sols, reading bound words, trusting doors, counting by candle. Confidence, in the end, is the craft the basements teach best. Not swagger, not spectacle, confidence. The kind that lets a strap hold fast, a page lie true, a stitch disappear because it is precisely where it should be. The mainstream story of Old Town often celebrates the scholars and the salons. But the understory belongs to these rooms where work dressed as modesty keeps the upper floors honest. The jokes are gentle, the experiments small, the standards high. Gratitude seems a sensible closing tool. Give a nod to the bench that meets you at just the right height, the stone that keeps your back cool, the hook that remembers your hammer's balance, the ledger that forgives no exaggeration. What really happens in the basements of Edinburgh's Old Town when crafts set up in the half-light is neither mystery nor melodrama. It is the steady invention of reliability. And that is as sleep-worthy a truth as cities have to offer. Careful hands, courteous rooms, and a rhythm that promises to be there again tomorrow. Same hour, same lantern, same vow to make ordinary things well. Rooms meant for barrels sometimes borrow the role of bedrooms, and tonight the staircase becomes the front hall to a life that is modest, careful, and more organized than rumor allows. A door opens on a space that thinks like a cupboard and behaves like a cottage. Low ceiling, lime-washed curve, a hearth the size of a suitcase, a shelf for the day's essentials. In this city of vertical compromise, you step into a basement that serves as overflow accommodation when wages wobble or families stretch. The stone holds a cooler temper than the street, and that calm translates into a style of living that prizes routine over display. Nothing gory, nothing grim, just practical sleep and polite meals in a room that understands privacy as a curtain, not a wall. Domestic habits adapt quickly to the half-light. A curtained bed or simply a box bed salvaged from a relative's flat above tucks into the driest corner, away from the vent that brings winter's opinion indoors. Pegs line the arch like a modest skyline, each holding a shawl, cap, or apron that remembers its place. A chest doubles as table, bench, and archive for receipts you promised to sort. Mainstream historians remind you that Old Town's density pushed households to stack spaces by function rather than status. Downstairs might mean storage, work, or, in lean seasons, a sleeping place. The basement never insists on a single job. It volunteers. Evidence of home life reads in miniature rather than in monuments. A spoon polished thin at the lip. A wooden salt box with a faint white collar. A comb's missing teeth quietly announcing breakfast was unhurried. Archaeologists often find stray buttons, fishbone points, fragments of simple clay pipes, spindle whorls, and the iron ghosts of hooks, things that drift from pockets or die of old age beside a hearth. From such crumbs, scholars build a patient picture. Not horror, not secret cabals, but ordinary lives pressed firmly into the city's foundations. Historians are still debating this question of how consistently people lived full-time below street level versus using these rooms as temporary retreats or seasonal beds. Your steps register the honesty in that uncertainty. Notebooks kept by parish visitors and Kirk session clerks add unromantic clarity. Notes mention a widow below stair receiving coal vouchers, a family under shop with twin infants and a need for clean water, and a lodger in the back cellar whose rent runs 2 weeks late. That language, below, under, back, doesn't always map cleanly onto today's floor plans, but the bureaucracy's tone remains tidy. Assess, assist, admonish, repeat. A mainstream point belongs here. Scottish kirk discipline and municipal poor relief intertwined by the late 17th century, shaping expectations about decency, rent, and sanitation across all levels of housing. Polite paperwork becomes policy that keeps low rooms from being forgotten. Bedding strategies tell you how people negotiate temperature rather than fight it. A straw tick fluffs over wooden slats set on bricks to keep the damp at arm's length, and a woolen blanket pretends to be a wall when wind tries the latch. A stoneware hot water bottle, nicknamed a pig in some households, warms the foot of the bed, and a shawl hangs ready for the second half of the night when dreams cool. A quirky practice persists. A sprig of dried lavender or broom tucked inside the pillowcase to scent the morning and suggest cleanliness, even when laundry waits its turn. The city above may measure status in sash windows. Down here, comfort wears the shape of a well-placed brick. Kitchens, if the word fits, lean on a brazier and common sense. A trivet sits on a flag where heat behaves. A pot shares the day with bread crusts and onions. And a shallow basin keeps company with a jug that has already traveled more stairs than most shoes. Fire safety habits you learned in earlier walks apply. Sand bucket, careful wick trimming, vents adjusted with a mind to smoke that prefers sky. Mainstream reforms, regular chimney sweeps, better rainwater goods, clearer rules about storage near exits. Reduce risk not by scolding, but by making the safe choice the easy one. An honest stew pays respect to all three elements from Section 5. Water to simmer, fire to behave, air to keep the peace. Walls become furniture when square footage shrinks. A narrow shelf near the vent hosts a few books, sermons, a cheap chapbook, maybe a borrowed volume that names the stars, and a stub of pencil for lists. A niche carved in plaster holds a small image or a posy of dried heather. Not as display but as morale. Hooks do most of the lifting. 1 for the kettle, 2 for a cradle rope when a baby naps, 3 for the week's most useful tools. Decor is not a category. It is habit elevated until it looks like taste. Neighbors thread these rooms together into a livable network. A door opens onto a shared stair where people learn the choreography of kindness. Step wide for a washing pail, shift the broom so a cart passes. Announce a cooking hour if smoke might wander. Conversations never shout. Stone edits loudness down to sense. A brief exchange about prices. A longer whisper about a child's fever. A borrowed ladle that returns rinsed and grateful. The Undercity's etiquette. Rings of keys, chalk on door jambs, borrowed trestles. Works just as well for bedtime as for business. Morning routines hinge on light that reaches late and modestly. Lamps stand in for dawn until the ventilation slit persuades the day to show a thin, polite face. Breakfast happens in a sequence. Water warmed, oatcakes rescued from a tin, a wedge of cheese persuaded to behave. Children dress from pegs in the order the mother invented last winter and never improved upon. A mainstream detail belongs here. Box beds and curtained alcoves across Scotland created microclimates within rooms. In basements, a similar logic appears with heavy curtains and draft stoppers, achieving warmth through enclosure rather than brute fuel. The design is thrift, and thrift sleeps well. Quiet economies keep the day stable. Rent is due when it is due. Coal is cheaper by the hundredweight if a neighbor shares the delivery. Mending moves through the stair like a weather pattern, with buttons and needles going where they're asked. A carpenter friend drops a wedge to lift the bed 1 finger higher after a rainy week, and a note of thanks appears on a shard of paper. Returned with gratitude fits fine. These low rooms teach the arithmetic of small favors better than any ledger. Children learn the city from ground level, which in their case means ankle-level windows where the parade of shoes gives daily lectures. Soft-soled slippers speak of indoor errands. Heeled boots announce a busy hour. A child's scuff forecasts a game in the clothes before supper. Toys improvise themselves out of workload. A scrap of leather becomes a ball. A spool becomes a wheel. A broken spoon makes an excellent trowel in the courtyard earth. Play does not demand sunlight to be real. It borrows brightness from noise. Visitors come with news from above and bring the weather in on their coats. A sister from the third floor arrives with fresh rolls and the gossip of a neighbor's engagement. A porter drops a note about a job. A parish officer stops by with a measured reminder about sweeping the stair on Wednesdays. Hospitality fits the room's scale. A cup of small ale, a slice of something sweet if luck stood near the oven yesterday. A chair offered without ceremony. Social grace proves elastic in tight quarters. It stretches to fit. Laundry takes on the solemnity of a civic enterprise. Water comes dear in winter and dearer in mood. Yet soap, warm hands, and a breeze make an alliance that would impress a council committee. Lines stretch across the room like patient bridges. Shirts and shifts declare a temporary truce with dripping. A small fan of sticks near the brazier props a stubborn hem open without scolding it. A quirky hack helps. A slice of citrus peel tossed into the rinse to brighten spirits if not cloth. Followed by a joke about how expensive optimism smells this season. Scent like kindness goes a very long way. Light management becomes an art. Lamps sit where elbows cannot argue with flame. Reflectors bounce glow into corners where lost buttons hide, and a small mirror catches a slice of daylight to extend it across the table. When the bill for oil turns uncooperative, a well-sited white cloth boosts the room's mood more than its owner expects. Mainstream advice that trickled down from improvement societies finds a home here. Pale walls, tidy floors, clear routes to doors. The underrooms become case studies in doing the most with the least without admitting that phrase out loud. Seasons rotate with their usual stubbornness and the living arrangement flexes in response. Summer cool invites thicker blankets to hide until September and turns the cellar into the sensible place to nap at noon. Winter requires discipline. Doors shut on drafts. Vents adjusted to summon enough sky for the brazier without inviting the North Sea to dine. Spring smells like stones warming up. Autumn tastes like apples in a bowl that moves into the coolest corner at night. The year's turning proves that a basement is not defeat. It is a shelter that edits extremes into something like poise. Money decisions move like chess in small rooms. A little saved for coal, a little for rent, a small run of candles bought wholesale with a neighbor to shave a penny. A workbench valiantly doubles as a market stall on Saturdays when needlework emerges, neatly folded, to meet the hands that ordered it. Mainstream economic history reduces all this to wages and prices. The room teaches the invisible arithmetic of reputation, timing, and courtesy. Coins ring softly because loud coins make trouble. Records kept by municipal surveyors and later sanitary inspectors document the understairs addresses with a patience that earns respect. They note which rooms ventilate properly, which floors fall correctly toward drains, which hearths respect clearance. The language is careful, never theatrical. Recommend improvement to lintel drip. Window in good repair. Refuse storage to be moved. Scholars read those lines today to sound-check the myths that accumulated when touristic appetites outpaced receipts. Historians are still debating this question of how widespread full-time cellar dwelling was, particularly in the South Bridge vaults. Your experience tonight listens to what official clipboards and stone agree on. Some people lived here, many worked here, and most used the spaces in exactly the proportions that practicality allowed. Comfort in these rooms inherits the shape of routine. Shoes live under the bed, not next to the brazier. Cups dry on a towel that has earned its permanent hook. A small rug teaches bare feet where the warmest flagstones are. A cat, diplomat, therapist, and inspector general. Patrols for the unrehearsed skitter of vermin and for compliments, accepting both as wages. A quirky domestic relic fits nicely here. a wooden cradle whose rockers are short enough not to collide with the chest. Testimony that design listens to room size as carefully as ears listen to lullabies. The lullaby itself is a whisper that treats stone like a sleeping ant. Boundaries between home and work rarely hold rigid in a city that values density. A seamstress keeps her line of thread visible even when the room is a bedroom. A porter stores his harness on a hook so well chosen it looks inevitable. A bookseller's stash of pamphlets occupies the shelf that becomes a headboard by night. In another address, a cobbler's last stands sentinel near the door like a polite bouncer. The overlap is not a flaw. It is the mechanism by which rent becomes survivable. Mainstream guild rules sometimes frowned at excessive mixing of uses. Practice, shaped by staircases and wages, sanded the frown into a workable shrug. Stories circulate with the care that befits a shared stair. Rumors of dramatic underworlds try to push their way in, but the daily news that matters remains quieter. Who needs help with a pail, whose mother is poorly, which landlord has actually fixed a leak, whose cousin returned from Leith with talk of ships. A contested tale about walls being sealed in plague years floats through as it always does. You answer it with the calm that archives teach. Unique incidents did occur in crises, but blanket statements about whole zones being entombed prove too blunt for a city this intricate. Historians are still debating this question, and the stone's everyday scuffs outvote melodrama by a comfortable margin. Reforms arrive like polite ushers and show everyone to better seats. Paving improves, drains learn obedience, lighting encloses grows steadier, and the expectation of ventilation becomes ordinary courtesy backed by bylaw. None of this removes the understairs life. It clarifies it. A room that once only borrowed air now has its own adjustable grill. A hearth that once argued with smoke now collaborates. Public health committees write minutes that never mention your name yet add years of comfort to your houseplant and your patience. Improvement, in this narrative, is not a curtain call. It's a better rehearsal space. Opinions about respectability change slower than brick but faster than legend. A basement address might one decade mean temporary economy, another decade means stable, modest home, and later become romantic curiosity in brochures. Your task is to walk between labels with your own barometer, moisture level, airflow, storage order, neighborliness, the feel of routine that keeps dust from turning into story. The room's status follows the room's care more than the room's altitude. A well-run underhome feels richer than a neglected garret 2 streets away. Hearths in these rooms work as clocks. A morning flame tidies itself into embers by midday. A pot receives potatoes as noon approaches. Bread visits briefly to crisp dignity back into yesterday's loaf. By evening, heat takes a gentler tone, leaving just enough glow for knitting and quiet talk. A tiny brass whistle near the vent still tests drafts, a habit inherited from storage days, and you send a single note to confirm the room's breath. Rituals like this keep tempers low and outcomes high. Memory accumulates along edges. A darkening on the lintel where hands pass. A shiny stripe on the chest lid where cups wait. A constellation of tiny tacks guarding the curtain's hem. Children measure growth against the mortar joints. Adults measure months by coal usage and the run of the clothesline. Keepsakes respect scale. A shell from a rare visit to the shore. A folded letter. A ribbon that has told its story already but deserves to sit where eyes can revisit the ending. The room makes space for sentiment without letting sentiment trip the broom. Evening closes the circle without asking for applause. Lamps get snuffed in the order that prevents elbows from complaining. The cat negotiates the chair that wins. The door latch receives a touch that says, "We're in." On nights when rain writes its diary on the steps, the basement sounds like a drum played by a patient hand. and you feel grateful for the stone. Its cool summer kindness, its winter loyalty, its talent for sounding older than worry. Sleep here arrives more like editing than escape. The day's sentences trimmed cleanly, the paragraph resting well. Finally, a soft verdict lands. What really happens when a home lives under the stairs in Edinburgh's Old Town is not a secret. It is a calibration. Space calibrates to budget, heat to safety, air to comfort, privacy to a curtain's thickness, pride to how well the room behaves for the people who respect it. The mainstream history supplies the scaffolding, poor relief, building acts, guild oversight, improvement committees, the quirky domestic details, stoneware pigs, lavender inside pillows, citrus peels and rinse water, add human fragrance. The debates over long-term cellar dwelling or sealed plague quarters keep scholars swapping footnotes while your fingertips keep reading the walls. In second-person present tense, the truth is simple. You live carefully, you rest well enough, and you wake to a city that shares its backbone and its basements with equal sincerity. Under the weight of the city chambers, the lane called Mary King's Close runs like a preserved sentence in a paragraph that was edited from above. Stairs slip downward from the Royal Mile and the daylight thins. Not because drama demands it, but because 18th century planners roofed over old streets to make room for a grander civic building. The surprise, when your eyes adjust, is how ordinary the textures remain. Thresholds worn by errands, jams nicked by crates, chalk ghosts of household tallies. The stories that arrive here in a hurry tend to bring capes and candlelit melodrama. The walls, slower and steadier, prefer itemized lists. Mary herself enters the record as a working burgess, a merchant with a household whose goods and credit lived at the same address as her name. A mainstream fact steadies the ground. In the mid-17th century, the Close carried normal urban life. Tenements stacked tight, trades at the margins, neighbors sharing stairs. Later, in the 1750s and 1760s, the Royal Exchange, today's city chambers, rose above portions of these medieval lanes, vaulting over bits of Mary King's and its neighbors. The result wasn't a deliberate burial so much as architectural layering, a habit this ridge city already knew. Streets kept their spines. The new building borrowed their air and built across it, leaving pockets where day became a polite visitor rather than a resident. Records, when you follow them without asking for romance, describe property, rent, and repairs. Rates assess under houses and below stair rooms with the same bureaucratic tone they use for sunny shops. Council minutes talk about drainage, paving, and access, while the language of demolition and encroachment reads like law rather than legend. A recurring theme appears. Inconvenience? Yes. Oblivion? No. The lane that tours would later sell as entombed remained connected by stairs, vents, and small courts that negotiated with the new carapace overhead. Historians are still debating this question of how continuous the habitation was after the roof went on, but the paper trail keeps saying, adjusted more often than abandoned. Construction of the Royal Exchange changed skylines and budgets, not just sightlines. Builders inserted great arches to carry weight, then spanned over them, creating voids below that behaved like covered streets. Awkward for wagons, excellent for storage, usable for small trades that liked the cool. An Enlightenment city wanted its market house, its council rooms, its polite facades. An older city wanted its lanes to keep doing their jobs. The compromise left Mary King's with a half-indoor personality, a close that learned to wear a ceiling. Naming conventions, as ever, hold more nuance than tour scripts. The lane's title reflects a real woman, Mary King, whose status as burgess mattered in a city where women did business as well as laundry. Earlier and parallel names appeared in charters, and deeds the way nicknames attached to stairwells, and later documents occasionally muddle the geography because walls shifted and doorways moved. The ordinary truth is that people used the phrase that got their letter delivered or their bill paid. The extraordinary truth is that the phrase Merry Kings carried enough affection to outlast the paperwork. Plague stories walk in whenever this close is mentioned, and your job is to air them and fold them neatly. In 1645, Edinburgh suffered a severe outbreak. The town imposed measures that included quarantine, cleansing operations, and the painful arithmetic of relief. A mainstream point belongs here. The iconic beaked plague doctor costume you see in souvenir windows is an Italianate image more than a Scottish one. Local responses leaned on warding, fumigation, and organized care rather than carnival masks. The myth that the close was bricked up with the living inside makes a fierce headline. The records instead show guarded houses, marked doors, and strict isolation with supplies delivered. Grim enough, but different in mechanism and intent. Historians are still debating this question of how often a whole stair was closed versus individual rooms, and where the later memory stitched exceptional acts into general practice. Quarantine procedures leave housekeeping traces rather than Gothic ones. Doors received marks. Watchmen received instructions. Cleansers fumigated rooms with smoke and sour, washed bedding, and disposed of goods that wouldn't repent of their condition. Vinegar and brimstone appear in accounts not as talismans but as treatments, and payments to nurses and searchers read like an early public health ledger. Down in Merry Kings and its peers, such measures translated into a slower footfall, a careful passing of buckets, and the sobering arithmetic of who might cross a threshold and who mustn't. No horror script required, only the exhausted dignity of neighbors obeying rules that promised the least bad outcome. Walk the surviving stretches and the plan reveals itself as a lesson in section drawings. Tenements present a face to the mile. Backs drop toward the Nor-Loch's former basin. The close runs between, bordered by door mouths like parentheses. After the exchange's roof arrived, light wells punched downward like small courtyards, letting day and air keep their visiting rights. Where stairs survive, each step is a footnote. Where a room opens, the curve overhead is a compressed fragment of sky. Your senses start to read the close vertically more than horizontally, and it becomes easier to believe how a city could keep living in such edited space. Lightwell's moderate rumor better than any speech. Stand beneath one and the sound of the royal mile comes through like the hush of a distant sea. Proof that the covered close was never cut off. Rain draws cursive on stone and goes its appointed way through drains that know their routes. Pigeons audition a few notes in the high mouth of air. A shaft of sun finds a windowsill and makes a triangle of warmth just big enough for hands to appreciate. Architecture decides what can grow here. Not myth, but moss. Not ghosts, but habits. Doorways still wear their resumes. A groove says, handcart turned here. A shelf within a recess says, ledger once lived here. A cheeky little iron nail in a jamb says, keys preferred this height. The intactness of such details undermines the picture of catastrophic ceiling and supports the plainer narrative of gradually changing use. Some doors led to rooms that remained household space. Others evolved into storage. A few were knocked through or blocked to accommodate the exchange's undercroft. Mainstream urban history has a word for this: adaptation. The close did not die. It diversified. Households, in the years before complete reconfiguration, followed the same rules here as in any cramped part of the old town. Box beds for warmth, limewash for light, pegs for dignity, brazier for supper. After the exchange era, evidence for full-time domesticity thins while evidence for mixed uses thickens. Workshops, storerooms, municipal odds and ends. the pragmatic tale of a big building wagging the older lanes beneath. Archaeology supplies the best counterpoint to brochures. Children's shoe soles, clay pipe stems, pins, fragments of combs, beads, buttons, and the odd gaming counter. The list reads like a miniature city because that is what a close is. No need to insist on grander adjectives. Commerce adjusts by muscle memory. Traders discover which rooms keep cheese even-tempered. A tailor's bench moves where the vent doesn't sulk. A coal merchant rents a nook that accepts a scuttle without sassing back. Ledgers treat Mary Kings like anywhere else with stairs and customers. Dates, quantities, prices, notes about moisture and mice. If a chamber becomes a carpenter's refuge for a season, a note appears about shavings to be cleared and a caution about fire. A small record that outlives everyone involved by centuries. Archaeologists, when allowed, read the floor like a palimpsest. Scratches parallel to a threshold hint at wheels. Polished patches argue for benches. Nail holes at consistent intervals speak fluent shelf. Soil chemistry joins the conversation. Salt blooming suggests old damp. Phosphate traces whisper of latrines in predictable corners. Charcoal particles politely point out where a brazier lived, then moved, then returned. The thrill here is not spooky. It is syllogistic. This mark plus that residue equals a habit, and the habit makes a life visible again. Debate among scholars never leaves the room for long. How often was the close used residentially after roofing? Were stories of entombment deliberate propaganda, post hoc romance, or a mix of civic embarrassment and Victorian appetite for picturesque decay? Historians are still debating this question, and part of the pleasure in visiting is keeping the question alive while declining to feed it exaggerations. The safest path is to triangulate council records for policy, rate books for tenancy, fabric evidence for practice. Together they say, lived in before, adapted after, mythologized later. Guides with a sense of humor help visitors keep their balance. A good script at Mary King's Close separates the plague doctor fancy dress from the municipal reality without scolding anyone's expectations. It skips jump scares and lingers on door heights, rent disputes, and the practicalities of washing, lighting, and storing in a space that changed ceilings but not manners. Tour lore sometimes borrows ghosts because ghosts sell. The better tours sell the engineering of daily life and come out ahead because truth, delivered gently, proves durable. Acoustics down here favor conversation over confession. Footsteps don't echo so much as settle. Laughter folds itself into arches and returns as something older, calmer. A dropped coin sketches its own map of the room, circling until it finds a seam. Music, if it ever lived here, would have been domestic. Lullabies, work songs, a whistle to call children back from a stair. The architecture collaborates with voices by softening pronouncements and rewarding patience. Layout, once you internalize it, reads like a sentence diagram from school. Main clause, Mary King's, running straight. Subordinate clauses, entries and turnpikes, branching left and right. Punctuation in the form of stairs, light wells, and doors. After the exchange, a parenthesis was added overhead that altered the grammar without rewriting the sentence. That structure helps you understand why the place is still legible. The primary strokes remain where they were. The edits, though heavy, respected the logic of the lines below. Water inspects the premises the way it always does. Drips find mortar, lime exhales damp, and thresholds act like schools for good behavior. Improvement campaigns in the 19th century nudged owners to add better gutters, to pave with kinder slopes, and to respect drains that needed more persuasion than prayer. In Mary King's, the result is a set of surfaces that look like they've been taught. No longer ungoverned, not quite pampered, free of standing sulk. The close becomes a case study in how reform shows up as fewer problems rather than louder solutions. Ventilation earns its keep through modest openings. High grills let warm air choose the sky. Low slits invite cooler air to bring a message from the mile. After roofing, such devices acquired new importance. A covered lane without air misbehaves like a closed book near a fire. The city learned to cut, cap, and angle vents with a respect shaped by experience. You stand near one aperture and feel a gentle draft make a hairline tremble. Proof that the space is in conversation with the weather rather than in a sulk against it. Materials tell patient jokes. Limewash brightens and breathes. Stone shoulders wait without asking for applause. Timber admits it needs distance from damp and gets it by being lifted on pegs and brackets custom to the place. Where a later brick patch intrudes, you can read the century by the color and the confidence. A sliver of lead tucked above a lintel acts as a drip's redirector, the architectural equivalent of a librarian shushing a noisy paragraph. None of it is grand. All of it is effective. Objects, when they surface, arrive without speeches. A child's shoe, too small, too earnest, suggests a family that lived upstairs and lost something in the scuffle of years. A bone handle, polished by palms that didn't once think of posterity, says kitchen by the way it balances in the hand. A dress pin turns up where a curtain likely hung. A clay pipe stem lays its length along a crack that made an intimate shelf. These are not props. They are the crumbs of routine. Children, in any century, make a lane their kingdom within 3 minutes of being allowed onto it. Here they would have played between errands, mapping the slope by falling and laughing, inventing rules for who could step on which stone and when. The high roof after the exchange saved a few games from rain and stole a few from the sun. The trade-off is written in the scrapes at child height and the smoothness at hand height where small fingers made alliances with walls. A mainstream observation slips in. Cities raise children even when cities pretend they don't. Laundry, never glamorous and always essential, found ways to behave under the new conditions. Lines stretched where air moved. Basins sat where spills could be escorted. Soap lived far from ledgers and closer to drains. After roofing, steam needed more diplomacy. A disciplined vent schedule kept neighbors compatible. Notes pinned to door jambs, airing at 2, mending after 5. Looked like trivialities and functioned like peace treaties. The clothes learned to breathe together. Smells tell a softer history than pamphlets. Bread spoken of in the morning whispers of a bakehouse up the stair. Leather confesses a cordoner's shift. A memory of beeswax says a candlemaker passed through with stock that prefers cool shade. After the exchange changed the ceiling, scents lingered longer and required more choreography. Rules grew up around timing and temperature not as scolds but as courtesies. Air after this, store that away from here, avoid oppressive perfumes where air is on a budget. Seasonality continues to write its calendar into the stone. Summer warms the well of air and teaches patience with slow drafts. Winter pulls in its shoulders and rewards limewash for its bright impersonation of daylight. Spring asks for sweeping. Autumn negotiates with drips. A covered close is not immune to the year. It simply interprets the seasons the way a low instrument interprets a melody written for violins. Steadier, lower, still faithful. Upstairs in the city chambers, civic life performs. Meetings, votes, ceremonies, contracts, speeches. Down here the same city exerts itself in maintenance mode. Storage trustworthy enough for archives, rooms cool enough for provisions, spaces discreet enough for the backstage of events. That relationship, stage above, wings below, explains more about Mary Kings after the 18th century than any lanternlit tale can. The old clothes did service quietly so the new rooms could do spectacle politely. Marketing arrives in the 19th and 20th centuries to tell a different story, often with a wink toward shivers. As photographers and pamphleteers discovered the romance of the Undercity, Mary King's Close became shorthand for hidden Edinburgh. Tours followed, some excellent, some exuberant. The best of them tuck romance into its proper drawer and let you handle the tools instead. A sample ledger page, a map that shows the vaulting over old lanes, a fragment of timber lifted on pegs to spare it from damp. The worst rely on capes. Your preference is for receipts. Skeptics deserve their turn on the stairs. They point to modern interventions, lighting, safety rails, curated tableaus, and caution against mistaking presentation for past. That caution helps, because it sends attention back to primary clues. Where, plan, fabric, and paperwork. The romance isn't wrong to visit. It's wrong to pay the rent. By keeping your ear tuned to the unmistakable burr of administrative prose, the rates, the bylaws, you let Mary King's be interesting in its own accent. Safety practices today make the old virtues visible. Clear routes, good drainage, predictable air, flame control, all the themes from earlier chapters carry into this specific place. Fire buckets become extinguishers. Watchmen become guides. Notices become placards that do the same work a neat chalk mark did 3 centuries ago. A mainstream through line emerges. Cities improve by formalizing what courtesy pioneered. The Close, in this sense, is a veteran teacher who keeps showing up. Etiquette continues to be the technology that costs least and pays most. Visitors lower their voices because the space requests it. Step slow where stones ask for care. Hands pocket themselves rather than trace fragile surfaces. Inhabitants once learned the same manners for different reasons: neighborly peace, stock protection, fire safety. You feel the continuity when a guide pauses to let another group pass at a pinch point and everyone smiles as if repeating a well-rehearsed line. Memory as a civic resource concentrates here. Stories told by grandparents to grandchildren about living, working, or visiting the underlanes remain available even when flats above have been refitted 3 times. A city needs a few places where context can be felt with fingers. Mary King's Close performs that function by letting the old street remain a street even when the sky is borrowed. The intimacy of scale, a door that's just a little too low, a stair that's just a little too steep, keeps heroics out and recognition in. Civic pride, paradoxically, benefits from admitting the compromises of the past. Rather than proclaiming a straightforward triumph of improvement, the city can point to Mary King's and say, "We layered, we learned, we kept using what we had while building what we needed." That sentence belongs in any honest self-portrait. The Royal Exchange embodied Enlightenment aspiration. The Close beneath embodied continuity. Together they form the duet that makes Edinburgh legible. Perspective improves when you take the long way up. Climb from the Close to the mile and the light broadens. But something in your stride preserves the tempo of the room below. Stairs become translators. Thresholds declare, "Mind the change." The buzz of the high street sounds newly textured because you've just listened to its bass line. What really happened down there wasn't sorcery. It was the practiced art of making a lane useful under new conditions. Legibility extends to maps once you've earned it with ankles. Those colorful diagrams in guide offices, tracing the alignments of closes and the footprint of the city chambers, stop being abstractions and become memory prompts. The line that says Mary King's Close now anchors to a specific nick on a lintel, a reliable echo under an arch, a patch of moss near a drain that looked like Scotland in miniature. Streets seldom reward casual acquaintance. This one prefers devotion. Mapping your own route through the close becomes a small, satisfying scholarship. Left at the narrow light well where pigeons audition. Pause where the wall bulges like a shoulder. Duck where the beam makes headgear a bad idea. Turn where the floor gloss tells of carts. Stop to listen where sound returns as sense rather than rumor. With each repetition, the place settles into comprehension the way a difficult poem yields after the fourth reading. Not by changing its words, but by changing your pace. Restoration choices in recent decades have aimed at clarity rather than fantasy. Brick infills that never convinced anyone are removed or acknowledged. Surfaces are stabilized instead of prettified. Signage uses ordinary fonts and lets the room keep most of the lines. The goal is not to return the close to a single date, it never had one personality, but to let visitors experience the layered logic without blinking neon. That restraint becomes the most persuasive argument the place can make. Signage, when it's good, functions as a neighbor leaning over a railing to whisper a fact at the right moment. Vaulted over in the 1750s. Family of 4 here in the 1690s. Drain improved 1860s. The restraint of such notes keeps the imagination from inflating like bread left too close to the fire. Better to taste the crumb than to boast of the loaf. Your inner narrator thanks every panel that refuses to invent dialogue for the stones. Footnotes accumulate in your pocket as you leave. Mary King. A real merchant, not a mascot. Plague. A real crisis, not a seal-them-in story. Exchange. A real architectural decision whose consequences were negotiated for decades. Everyday life. The only reliable tenor line. Quirky detail for dessert. Some tours maintain a tiny brass counter on a shelf and click it once for each question they cannot answer with a document. By day's end it has a few clicks. Proof that uncertainty is a respected guest here. Not a problem to be exorcised. Evening on the Mile feels friendlier after you've walked its undergrammar. The stalls and steps and buskers above seem plugged into a power source you've just visited. The difference is that now you can tell the difference between design shadow and unintended gloom, between preserved texture and staged patina, between a good story and a great explanation. The close gives you those lenses without insisting you wear them at every corner. Closing the lesson gently, the lane's reputation is neither a hoax nor a haunting. It is a case study. A medieval street that survived by changing costumes. A plague year that left protocols rather than permanent walls. An Enlightenment project that borrowed the space below to elevate the plan above. The mainstream knowledge points you to dates and office holders. The oddities, buttons, pipe stems, the way Rain writes slow calligraphy, offer flavor. The debates keep the conversation honest. What really happened in the basements of Edinburgh's Old Town, with Mary King's close as your patient tutor, is the everyday triumph of adaptation over abandonment, told in cool air, careful light, and a floor that remembers how many wheels turned successfully without incident. Salons glow above the cobbles like lanterns turned inward, and the conversation that sparkles in drawing rooms finds its way downstairs as measurements, schedules, and the stubborn dignity of better habits. Philosophers argue about sympathy and self-interest over tea. Physicians trade theories about air and contagion. Geologists bring stones to a supper table as if they were opinionated guests. While the upstairs city rehearses sentences that will enter books, the basements translate those sentences into drainage angles, vent placements, and door clearances that keep knees safe and stock calm. Nothing miraculous occurs, only an increasingly tidy agreement between ideas and broom handles. Names become weather systems in this period. Hume strolls the high street with an affectionate frown toward superstition. Smith lectures on duties and markets. Black measures heat with a patience that would improve any kitchen, and Hutton thinks in centuries every time he looks at a wall. Mainstream history calls this the Scottish Enlightenment, a generation or three of minds who insisted that reason could be civic, that experiment could be domestic, and that improvement should prefer receipts to rhetoric. The rooms below benefit even when their keepers never read a page, because the city starts rewarding practices that make daily labor more rational. Coffee houses act as relay stations where talk meets to-do lists. Upstairs, pamphlets circulate like yeast. Downstairs, recipes for limewashed get scribbled in margins. Somewhere in the middle, a porter eavesdrops on a debate about air quality and decides the cellar should air an hour earlier on damp days. Neither jesters nor priests own the conversation anymore. Practical people do. An odd little habit flowers in this era. Some shopkeepers save clean coffee grounds to mix with sand for testing slippery thresholds, the scent announcing a reform that doesn't feel like one. Whether or not the mixture improves traction, the ritual teaches attention, which is the organ that improvement plays. Lecture halls pour steadily into stairwells. Professors speak of ventilation as medicine for buildings. Apothecaries refine their scales and, by example, push merchants to demand better weights. Surveyors sharpen pencils and insist that streets and closes ought to shed water with a predictable grace. You notice that the cellar vocabulary swells: gradient, fall, aperture, draft, words that carry the authority of demonstration. The mainstream arc is unmistakable. Observations from university and society rooms become city ordinances and house rules, not because authority thunders, but because evidence whispers convincingly. Institutions put their shoulders to the wheel. The town council, increasingly enamored of what it calls improvement, funds paving that no longer behaves like a riddle, reorganizes night watches with a preference for predictability, and takes drains seriously as moral characters. The Royal Society of Edinburgh, born in the 1780s from a culture that already loved to argue politely, publishes papers that feel exotic upstairs and become plain sense downstairs. A brick vault that once sulked learns to breathe through a new grill precisely because someone measured airflow instead of admiring the damp. Books acquire feet in this era. The theory of moral sentiments wanders down a stair as advice on how to share a narrow landing without turning it into a theater. The wealth of nations insinuates itself into pricing practices as merchants respect cost, risk, and reputation with a steadier hand. Chemical lectures on heat and phase change teach cellar keepers to expect that a room's calm temperature is not an accident but an asset. Nothing is forced. Everything is inferred. Politeness, now fortified by method, becomes a tool as valuable as a dolly or a trestle. Architecture listens harder when ideas hum nearby. Builders experiment with wider stairs where use warrants, lower thresholds for carts, and fire compartmenting that respects both life and stock. Windows at pavement level gain better glazing. Vents gain adjustable slats. Doors gain lips that escort water outward. A mainstream observation ties it together. The Enlightenment upstairs favored design that justified itself with reasons, and the basements quickly learned to ask of every fixture, "What is your reason?" Items without reasons tended to migrate toward the rag bin. Medical thinking corrects old habits without sneering. Miasma theories of bad air, wrong in their ultimate chemistry but right in their insistence that stagnant air is unkind, prompt more regular airing, cleaner drains, and a frown at puddles that pretend to be genteel. Apothecaries recommend vinegar washes for surfaces, a practice that calms smells and encourages the broom. Down below, such guidance enters the calendar as confidently as quarter days do. Air at noon, wash at week's end. Attend to corners like an honest judge. Historians are still debating this question of how directly university medicine influenced municipal cleaning routines versus simply validating practices households had long used. Your ankles report that validation is often the hinge that keeps a door swinging. Geology contributes a peculiar, helpful patience. Hutton's long view of stone, his sense that rock has cycles and memory, filters into the temperament of masons and cellar keepers alike. Instead of fighting damp as an enemy, rooms begin to be taught the route water prefers and shown a happier path. Instead of pretending stone is inert, owners accept that lime breathes and should not be suffocated by hard cement. A quirky side effect shows up in ledgers. People start noting breathing wall beside rooms that behave well, a phrase that smuggles geology into bookkeeping without ceremony. Policing, the non-dramatic kind, modernizes. Night watches receive better routes and more consistent expectations. Lighting improves at pinch points. Fines for blocking stairs with stock are rationalized and therefore more obeyed. The underrooms recognize the upstairs shift not in arrests but in smoother movement. Fewer disputes at landings, more predictable hours for deliveries, a sense that the city prefers less elbow and more choreography. This is enlightenment as traffic engineer rather than thunderbolt. Printing props up the whole project with paper that refuses to lose track. Handbills announce regulations in language ordinary people can read. Broadsides summarize civic advice about drains and chimneys. Mapmakers brave the undercity with section diagrams that show exactly how a close relates to a court and a cellar to a shop. The flood of legible information makes it harder for rumor to maintain a monopoly. A basement that used to be subject to a landlord's moods now feels anchored to a page that can be pointed to and discussed. Money arrives in a less skittish mood. Credit expands alongside confidence. Improvements begin to pencil out as investments rather than dreamy ideals. Install a better vent and spoilage drops. Relay a floor with a thoughtful fall and labor shrinks. Adopt a lamp with a reflector and productivity rises without singed eyebrows. The Enlightenment does not make anyone wealthy by itself. It makes more outcomes predictable, and predictability is the currency these rooms prize. A tiny eccentricity follows. A few cellar keepers keep a miniature abacus by the keys, not because arithmetic requires beads, but because a visible tool persuades apprentices that sums matter. Etiquette undergoes a quiet revolution by turning into policy. Mind the stair graduates from courtesy to posted instruction. Return the dolly becomes an entry in a house rule. Air the room transforms into a certificate a landlord can boast of during inspections. The congregation of small improvements constitutes a secular liturgy. Sweep, air, drain, stack, lock, repeated not as superstition but as habit proven in practice. Upstairs voices call this civic virtue. Downstairs hands call it Wednesday. Museums in the making start downstairs as casual collections. A merchant keeps a shelf of foreign labels. A mason tucks odd fossils found in rubble onto a ledge. A candlemaker preserves a first attempt at a spotless, dripless taper as if it were a sonnet. Enlightenment curiosity makes it respectable to notice small things and keep them for conversation. When guests descend, polite folk who want to see the engine room of the street, they find not gloom but a cabinet of proofs that attention has been paid. Women participate in this intellectual weather with a steadiness that resists headlines. Hostesses organize salons where conversation doesn't require Latin to be clever. Shopkeepers adopt new measures and record-keeping practices. Widows running businesses use the predictable city to stabilize households and keep apprentices on track. Mainstream narratives sometimes name the men and leave the women in the footnotes. The basements do the opposite, assigning respect to whoever keeps the keys, the ledger, and the routine in good order, regardless of title or trouser. Improvement here recognizes competence in the language it understands. Results. Debate keeps the engine honest. Detractors complain that improvement becomes meddling. Enthusiasts risk believing that a rule replaces a relationship. The best outcomes reside in the middle, where regulations protect without smothering and courtesy continues to sand down rough edges that no ordinance can anticipate. Historians are still debating this question of whether the Enlightenment's civic ideals reached the poorest rooms as reformers claimed, or whether those ideals mostly decorated official speech while stairwell economies remained the primary safety net. Your walk through these arches confirms at least this. Where policy and neighborliness align, the floor stays drier. Fire practices evolve from anecdote to doctrine. Braidwood's later professionalization of firefighting acquires precursors in checklists and shared expectations. Sand here, water there, flame only in disciplined quantity, exits clear, doors that open outward by preference. Basement logic, always cool-headed, welcomes the predictability. Lamps improve, cords shorten, reflectors multiply, and children learn not only don't touch, but why it doesn't like to be touched. Enlightenment loves causes and effects. Fire is happy to demonstrate both. Education takes craft in its curriculum. Guilds formalize apprenticeships with more writing and less shrug. Examinations appear, mild but telling. Signatures gain authority as seals of competence rather than merely of identity. Downstairs, that means a cooper can show a written standard, a binder can reference a method, a cordioner can cite agreed measures. Arguments shrink in heat and rise in clarity. The cellar becomes a classroom because it has always been one, now simply labeled. Science sneaks in under its friendlier nickname, experiment. Someone compares cheese in two corners and notes which ripens with better manners. Someone else tries a vent half open and records fewer complaints from candles. Another tests whether barrels raised one finger more truly resist damp decisions. Results get tabulated loosely at first, then with the proud precision of a person who has acquired a notebook. Upstairs academies may never read these data, but the data nudge lives anyway, and the undercity smiles at its own evidence. Language modifies the city until the city replies in kind. Words like improvement, hygiene, sanitation, ventilation, and efficiency could sound scolding in the wrong mouths. In Edinburgh's Enlightenment mouth they sounded conversational, even teasing, "Try this, see what happens, tell me if it works." Basements prefer that tone to sermons. You overhear a cellar keeper explain to an apprentice not that we must air the room, but that the room likes its breath at 3, which is both more accurate and more memorable. Maps redraw civic imagination with patient lines. Surveyors produce plans that include elevations and sections, the exact kind of drawing that makes your underwalks make sense. Suddenly a basement is not an afterthought. It is a labeled part of a whole, with arrows for air and hatch marks for drainage. With a map in hand, a neighbor's complaint can be answered with a pencil. Let's move this. Let's lower that. Enlightenment trusts a diagram more than indignation, and the diagram earns the trust. Trade benefits from the city's new habit of writing promises down. Contracts specifying storage conditions, delivery windows, and key responsibilities reduce quarrels and let barrels live in peace. A wine merchant can require a certain coolness and justify it with a degree rather than a feeling. A grocer can demand pest-proofing with a list rather than a raised voice. The basements, in response, begin to look like compliance documents turned into rooms. Shelves at stated distances, vents at agreed sizes, thresholds that would make a surveyor nod. Religion adapts rather than sulks, and piety takes the form of cleanliness as often as it takes the form of sermons. Kirk sessions that once admonished for morals now also admonish for block stairs. Charitable committees that once offered bread now also fund better gutters. Prudence is declared a virtue with sacred accents. Below stairs, the theology that matters is the one that prevents a brazier from sulking and a drain from lying. Faith, if you like, that good order is a neighborly expression of gratitude. Tourism, in embryo, begins when visitors come north hunting the picturesque and find themselves admiring a discipline they didn't expect. They seek romantic ruins. They meet effective rooms. The best of them carry the lesson home. A city worth painting is also a city worth imitating in how it arranges work. A quirky travel diary line survives in a private collection. Edinburgh keeps her cellars like she keeps her books, in good order and with a fondness for margins. Compliments that notice margins usually come from minds prepared to learn. Soundtracks change as the upstairs becomes more literate and the downstairs more methodical. You hear less of the barked argument and more of the counted lift. Less accidental clatter, more deliberate placement. Even jokes adjust their pace, acquiring the dry wit of a city that appreciates hypotheses. A porter describes a stubborn cask as not yet convinced by the evidence. And the room laughs because every object here wants a reason, not a scold. Smells soften as methods improve. Limewash replaces soot as the dominant note. Vinegar and soap push back on the tang of damp. Beeswax and tallow learn to burn cleaner with better wicks and more civilized air. The cellars begin to smell like the confidence of a city that has decided its senses deserve better and knows how to get it without spending a fortune. Customs that predate enlightenment survive but acquire explanations that make them easier to defend. The test feather by the hatch becomes a draft indicator, not a charm. Juniper over buckets becomes an antiseptic flourish, not a superstition. The step-thanker stone is acknowledged as morale engineering, not magic. Enlightenment does not strip meaning away. It supplies a vocabulary that lets meaning survive scrutiny. Disagreements about cause and effect persist, of course. Did better policing reduce cellar crime or simply shift it? Did new paving actually lower damp or just make sweeping easier to practice consistently? Historians are still debating this question, and the basements are content to let them, because the floors feel drier and the ledgers carry fewer lines with the word spoiled. Correlation is enough to encourage another week of the same routine. Routines themselves become the city's literature. Anyone can quote a philosopher after a year or two of practice. Not everyone can keep a cellar breathing properly through the har, the frost, and the endless negotiations between above and below. The manuscripts that last down here are sequences of verbs: open, check, lift, wipe, note, close, each legible to anyone who inherits the key ring. That is enlightenment without capitals, a culture of repeatable good choices. Night settles and the upstairs continues its friendly quarrels about mind and market, while downstairs the improvements hold their quiet line. Lamps burn steady and low. Vents sit in their preferred positions. Thresholds offer water a polite exit. The successes of this era rarely make a scene. They are the absence of scenes. When mishaps shrink to anecdotes and victories fit in ledgers, a city sleeps better. Gratitude turns practical as you climb back toward the mile. The Enlightenment upstairs did not so much discover the basements as treat them as evidence that arguments about reason should result in reasons you can sweep, repair, and explain to a child. Where a philosopher proposed sympathy, a stair became easier to share. Where a chemist explained heat, a room accepted its temperament and exploited it. Where a geologist spoke of time, a landlord chose lime over cement. The link is not romantic. It is causal enough to matter. Conclusion, then, for this chapter's gentle thesis. The age of polished sentences and careful experiments did not hover above Old Town like a chandelier. It behaved like a fan that kept fresh air moving, a plan that turned puddles into obedient lines, a habit that made keys return to their nails. The mainstream points, big names and dates, help you orient. The quirky details, coffee sand at thresholds, abacai by keys, fossils on ledges, let you smile. The scholarly debate keeps you honest about how evenly all this filtered down. What really happens in the basements during the Enlightenment upstairs is the domestication of ideas into fixtures, and you walk among those fixtures with the pleased sense that reason is a very good roommate. Between lamplight and ledger, the city keeps its balance with rules that prefer calm over spectacle. Night watches walk because doors need sleeping time as much as people do, and basements rely on predictable quiet to keep casks at peace, papers unruffled, and vents in their evening stance. Nothing here shouts. The soundscape is a careful conversation among ordnance, custom, and the courteous thud of a constable's staff meeting stone at set intervals. The result is not drama but a lullaby with footnotes. Regulations grow like hedges, trimmed often, protective when respected, scratchy when ignored. Town council acts list what may and may not occupy a stair, how drains must be kept obedient, where lamps may hang, and when goods can adopt the posture of an obstacle. Mainstream history points out that Scottish burghs, Edinburgh included, blended civic authority with kirk discipline, so that moral rules and municipal housekeeping often marched together. Down here, that marriage produces very tangible offspring. Clear routes, posted hours, and thresholds that don't double as storage for anything more argumentative than a broom. Constables step into the narrative with lanterns held so their light falls kindly and not like an accusation. The staff, wooden, tipped with a metal collar, functions as both badge and metronome. Each tap on stone is a syllable in a sentence that says, "All is well enough." Watches keep their paths consistent so residents can calibrate to them. The third tap at the bend, the pause near the vent that sighs in winter, the brief look to see if a door has learned bad habits. Expectations remain human-sized. The goal is not to catch villains in capes, but to keep ordinary people confident that their basements will be the same shape in the morning. Nightfall reorganizes the city by temperature and trust. Shops shutter, stairheads borrow the polite glow of lamps, and the underrooms settle into the slower work. Airing just enough, counting, labeling, setting trestles square. Watch schedules align with that exhale. A pair may drift through a close, nodding to a porter finishing his last load. Another pair checks that a sand bucket hasn't wandered. The theater upstairs whispers its final lines, while downstairs the props go back onto the same hooks they used yesterday. Order is not a posture. It's muscle memory. Curfews, when they exist, read more like boundary ropes than cages. Certain hours expect shutters to rest, certain lanes prefer wheels to sleep, and a few corners, famous for echoes and mischief, gain an extra glance from the watch. The mainstream character of these rules is utilitarian. Less about policing pleasure than about preventing fire, quarrel, and the kind of congestion that turns neighbors into litigants. Basements welcome curfews because predictability keeps their catalogs truthful. A cask alone at midnight should not have to negotiate with haste. Kirk sessions add their flavor to the broth of order with minutes that can be simultaneously tender and stern. They admonish for Sabbath breaking, intoxication, loudness at an hour that doesn't deserve it, and the occasional domestic spat that threatened to recruit the whole stair as chorus. Records capture fines for blocking entries, for dumping slops where drains could have done the job, for allowing sparks to behave as if the city were a meadow. Historians are still debating this question of how much Kirk discipline truly shaped daily behavior versus how much it served as a public performance of virtue. Yet your walk among chalk marks and tide events suggests that performative or not, the result felt practical. Bylaws love lists and lists love basements. Keep exits clear. Keep water moving. Keep flames polite. Keep keys where those permitted can find them. Keep ledgers legible enough to settle disputes without waking a magistrate. These are not commandments from a mountaintop. They are agreements negotiated between wrists, knees, and weather. When a new ordinance arrives, say a requirement for grates that face a certain way, it rarely surprises anyone below stairs. The logic arrived first in routines. The paper arrived later to make the logic durable. Patrol routes become local legends with none of the peril and all of the comfort. A watchman named Tom is known for humming a hymn at the bend. Another favors a slow double tap that children learn to recognize from bed. A quirky tradition persists on some streets. A soft whistle exchanged between two watches as they cross territories at the stroke after midnight. A courteous baton pass of sound rather than wood. The citizens sleeping above hear it as reassurance. The casks resting below interpret it as permission to continue being wine, not rumor. Disputes travel at night with reduced velocity when order is believable. A landlord says a tenant's barrels blocked the common stair. The tenant says the delivery came late for reasons involving weather and a broken wheel. Night watch testimony, time, place, the distance between barrel hoop and wall, spares everyone the cost of creative memory. Mainstream legal practice in the burg courts had room for this kind of human-scale evidence. A constable's notebook could substitute for a dozen quarrelsome recollections. The basements approve because precision saves breath. Documentation likes to be boring and therefore trustworthy. Watch books list hours, incidents, lamps replaced, puddles corrected, notices delivered. The humblest line, bucket restored to place, 10:15, does more for public order than any trumpet. Those pages also reveal the city's gradual acceptance of method. Incidents classified rather than merely narrated, repeat problems turned into recommendations, and recommendations turned into bylaws the following season. You stand beside a hatch and appreciate that a single line about a slippery stone earned a drip ledge 6 months later. Smuggling casts a long glamour in popular imagination, and the underrooms seem made for whispered barrels and clever doors. Reality, cooled by order, plays a smaller tune. Yes, routes can be private, and yes, keys can belong to fewer hands at night, but the density of Old Town, the talkativeness of stairs, and the predictability of patrols make large-scale invisibility unlikely. Historians are still debating this question, weighing court cases against folklore. Yet the balance of your footsteps favors dull honesty. A watch that taps every quarter hour leaves little silence for legend to nest in. Fire after dark remains the city's nerviest subject even in chapters that refuse gore. Regulations insist on lamps that behave, braziers positioned as if they were in love with doors rather than curtains, and buckets stationed as if they were part of the furniture. Night watches inspect these, not as tyrants but as caretakers of the collective exhale that lets everyone sleep. Over time, professional brigades emerge, yet the nightly patrol never quite retires. Their steady orbit is the prelude that keeps heroics unnecessary. Silence, not the absolute monastic kind but the civic variety, becomes policy in the hours when wood creaks more loudly and a dropped nail sounds like a confession. Notices politely request less clatter after 9. Neighbors enforce with eyebrows more than with knocks. Basements benefit because vibrations travel through stone with opinions. The less a room has to reinterpret midnight as midday, the more predictably it can keep cheese polite and paper flat. The watch's tuning fork is social temperature rather than fear. Lighting schemes improve because science and budgets finally agree. Oil gives way to better oils, to gas in later years, and with each upgrade the night becomes less of an improvisation. Patrols walk brighter streets and find fewer excuses to suspect reasonable movement. Basements glow just enough through grills that a passerby can tell order from mischief at a glance. A mainstream point surfaces. The introduction of gaslight changed not only safety but also schedule, sliding some work later into evening while stabilizing expectations about what late meant. Order is a clock that keeps cleaner time when flames listen to engineers. Policing structures modernize and titles shift from watchmen to police constables. Uniforms standardize courtesy into garments. Whistles replace some of the staff's conversational tapping. Duty rosters widen. Records show fewer ad hoc arrangements and more rotational logic. Still, the intimacy of the old watch lingers, especially in the older closes. The constable who knows which vent complains in easterlies, which threshold like sand on foggy nights, which dog mistakes the world for a slippery argument. Basements feel seen, not surveilled. Fines occupy a small but consequential corner of the nightscape. A coin for blocking a stair, 2 for reckless flame, a warning for persistent door propping that makes air muddle and fire flirty. The amounts matter less than the certainty that follows. Order thrives on visible consequences that are neither melodramatic nor ignorable, and the courts oblige with scales that neither wink nor scowl. Merchants and householders adjust. The sellers breathe easier when doors pick their stances for reasons other than whim. Guilds contribute house rules that echo official ones while retaining local poetry. Hammermen agree to quiet anvils after a reasonable hour. Cordoners adopt a no tallow near the ventilator clause. Chandlers settle on a ritual phrase, mind the flame, mind the frame, spoken out loud when the last lamp is pinched, as if words could varnish intent. These guild expectations, reinforced by watches who grew up with the same accents, turn compliance into culture. Discretion operates as the lubricant of order. A watchman bypasses a half-open door at midnight because he knows the occupant's mother is poorly and the neighbor is delivering broth. Another pauses one extra beat outside a hatch because the casks inside should not be startled by a sudden draft. The law doesn't forbid kindness. It demands that kindness be predictable rather than capricious. That predictability is exactly what the basements cherish. Maps of jurisdiction line up with the practical geographies you've walked. Closes and wynds define beats, not by compass lines but by stairwells and sight lines. Patrols are assigned like sentences. Subject, watch, verb, walk, object, close, adverb, quietly, with a prepositional phrase for time. It's grammar as governance, and the underrooms excel at grammar. When a disagreement erupts about who should have responded to a particular puddle or quarrel, the map points to responsibility without raising its voice. Immigration and movement thicken the story in the 19th century, as newcomers arrive to join the dance of rules and recesses. Order responds with translation. Notices in plainer language, constables adopting better listening, landlords learning to attach why to what. Mainstream narratives of social control sometimes overstate the sternness of this process. The sellers report a gentler truth. The city works best when rules behave like lessons rather than like traps. Occasional crackdowns happen, as they do in any place learning to balance freedom with friction. A surge in petty theft produces extra patrols in specific closes. A sequence of careless lamp incidents prompts a week of lectures and inspections. Historians are still debating this question of whether such periods represent genuine increases in misbehavior or merely louder notice taken by authorities reshaping their reputation. From the basement perspective, What matters is that the rhythms resume afterward with adjustments that make sense. More hooks for lamps, clearer signage, a constable assigned who knows the difference between honest bustle and unhelpful bustle. Paperwork sometimes errs toward theater, and the city catches itself. A bylaw with too many flourishes gets simplified. An edict that forgets the slope of a particular close gets redrawn with better ankles. That self-correction is the healthiest sign of order. Not rigidity but responsiveness. Basements, being practical, forgive paperwork that learns. They do not forgive drains that don't. Ritual takes gentle hold of the night watch's start and finish. A lantern is checked against a known good flame. The staff ring taps the stone once beside the guardhouse door. A page receives the first line of the shift. On return, the last entry usually reads like a sigh. All's quiet. And then the staff leans into its corner with the body language of a job fulfilled. That sentence, plain as bread, feeds the whole city. Underrooms included. Education supports order at the scale of a conversation. Children learn to step aside on stair landings without prompting. Apprentices learn that keys are authority, not ornaments. Shopkeepers adopt the habit of posting their own house rules, where all comers can read them. The watch becomes redundant by design in places where shared understanding outruns enforcement. That redundancy is not waste. It is victory in slow motion. Seasonal variations teach flexibility without permitting excuses. Winter asks patrols to carry extra sand, stop longer at frozen thresholds, and tap more loudly in har that swallows sound. Summer invites later deliveries and correspondingly later nods from lanterns at the stairhead. Order behaves like wool, not iron, warm, breathable, shaped to the wearer. Basements thrive on that fabric because it fits their jobs. Steady keeping, not stubborn posing. Civic pride grows in proportion to nights that pass without being remarkable. A week of quiet entries in the watchbook produces more useful happiness than a parade. Planners smile into their tea because drains worked, lamps worked, stairs worked, people worked, and nothing produced a headline. The basement's origin and beneficiary of so much of this routine, noticed by sleeping well and waking to rooms that greet them like faithful tools. Scholarship afterwards, reading the traces, sometimes argues about causation. Did order produce prosperity or did prosperity purchase order? Did watches pacify quarters or did well-run quarters train the watches in how to be helpful? Historians are still debating this question, and the archives, being polite, offer evidence that permits both sides to sip water before replying. You carry away the compromise that attention, sustained, specific, visible, usually precedes improvements that last. Laughter survives regulation because the watch, wise when wise, never outlaws charm. A constable might compliment a broom's bristles. A cellar keeper might return the favor with a pun about drafts that never pay their tab. Jokes stick where laws can't, and at 2 in the morning a smile travels farther than a sermon. A quirky anecdote endures. One watch kept a tiny bell that he rang once whenever he found a door left ajar and then closed it. Householders, hearing the single chime float through the stair, would murmur a thank you to a man they'd never fully see. Balance between private and public space is negotiated nightly. Doors mean something different at dusk than at noon. Hatches shrink the vocabulary of welcome without erasing it. Windows become ears, not eyes. Patrols learn which basements want to be observed indirectly, by listening at the grill for the story of air and silence, and which prefer a brief greeting that says, "We know you are there, safe." That calibration honors dignity while serving safety. Archives in the morning turn patrol into history by committing the night to paper. A damp spot extends itself into a pattern and earns a municipal visit. A sequence of tidy nights excuses a landlord from intrusive inspection. A recurring loudness becomes a conversation rather than an accusation. The long arc is a quiet one. Fewer surprises, better mornings. A city that seems lucky because it worked hard while the lamps were small. Contingency plans exist even in a chapter that prefers calm. If noise swells beyond what eyebrows can handle, a whistle summons colleagues. If a cart has lost its manners and wedged itself where geometry sternly advised against, a practiced team remaps the scene. The basements experience these interventions as brief storms followed by sunshine. Everything returns to its assigned nail. The casks resume being nouns rather than exclamation points. Philosophy, oddly, gets its cameo. Thinkers upstairs debated the social contract. Downstairs it makes its rounds as a felt reality. Individuals trade a fraction of spontaneity for a greater measure of assurance. The watch is not the point. The promise is the point, that sleep will hold, that morning will find tools where evening left them, that neighbors will continue to choose cooperation as their default rather than as their exception. Basements encode that promise in chalk and habit. Terminology matures along with practice. Noise becomes nuisance, nuisance becomes a defined category with gradations, and those gradations map to responses that need not escalate to thunder. Order learns how to be proportionate. A softly out-of-place barrel earns a note. A repeated obstruction earns a fine. An obstinate hazard earns a visit from more uniforms and a landlord's frown. Everyone prefers the first two outcomes because they cost less in money and in dignity. Museums in later centuries inherit the watch's steadiness by different means. Alarms, sensors, climate logs. Yet when you stand in a preserved close and a guide speaks in a low voice, you realize the line is unbroken. The desire is the same, to let valuable things rest and be themselves without interruption. Only the tools have changed. The old staff's tap has become a digital ping. The nightbook has become a spreadsheet. The smile is still a smile. Farewell to this chapter lands like a last patrol's note. Order in the basements of Edinburgh's Old Town does not descend from a single decree. It rises from many small, repeated acts taken seriously by people whose jobs prefer tomorrow to legend. The mainstream strands, burg law, Kirk session discipline, improvement era policing, provide the frame, the quirky details, the humming constable, the coffee stand on a slick step, the single chime for an honest mistake. Fill the picture. The debates about smuggling scale, about Kirk authorities' depth, about cause and effect, keep curiosity nimble. What really happens at night under the streets is a choreography of reassurance. Footsteps that teach sleep how to be brave, paper that convinces morning it can trust its memory, and rooms that wake exactly as they meant to. Stories sprout anywhere a draft meets a doorway, and the underrooms of Edinburgh collect them the way lint collects in a pocket. Quietly, persistently, and with a talent for shaping themselves into patterns. The setting is ready-made. Arches that answer footsteps, grills that edit light into stripes, stair turns that prefer caution. Nothing here requires capes or curses to be interesting, but legends arrive anyway, dressed for the part. Your task, since we're traveling in second person with a bedtime voice, is to enjoy the embroidery without mistaking it for the shirt. The walls keep offering clues. The better tales keep checking those clues like polite guests checking a coat-room ticket. Pamphlets in the 18th and 19th centuries operate like today's posts with the comment section pre-attached. In conversation at the tavern, in the stair, and on the street. Printers learn quickly that a headline promising the hidden outperforms one promising structural facts about drainage. And so basements attract adjectives the way lamps attract midges. Mainstream history welcomes the print boom for bringing literacy and debate to the city. The basements discover they've inherited a press agent who never met a shadow he didn't want to dramatize. A page sells what a room never advertised, and the room, being patient, shrugs. Tourism grows a wardrobe from those pages. Victorian visitors arrive with sketchbooks and appetites for the picturesque, and guides learn to thread tours through closes with a script that alternates between ledger and lore. The best scripts borrow the cadence of a magazine profile. A little history, a little human interest, a controlled shiver. The underrooms oblige by being photogenic in a way that resists both glare and gloom. Texture that likes lamplight and rooms that flatter whispers. Nothing supernatural is required, only the sense that work happened here and time respected it by not cleaning up too aggressively. Marketing steps onto the scene with a wink, knowing that adjectives pay bills. Words like secret, buried, and forbidden lean into their italics and pull coins from pockets, while words like ventilation, fall, and limewash polish their spectacles and wait their turn. A quirky truth sneaks in. Some early tour promoters kept a pocket full of breadcrumbs, literal breadcrumbs, to toss lightly onto damp patches so visitors would see the crumbs darken and imagine chemical drama. The demonstration is harmless, arguably educational, and definitely theatrical. Your grin is invited. Classics of rumor gather like a greatest hits album. Bricked-up victims in plague years, endless smugglers' lanes beneath respectable shoes. A hidden society meeting in candlelit arches to conduct business with more cloak than dagger. The method for these stories is always the same. Take a real practice, quarantine, storage routes, private clubs, mix with a dash of anxiety, and let time thicken the sauce. Mainstream accounts of plague emphasize isolation and supervision, not wholesale entombment. Records of trade show taxation and inspection that made continuous large-scale smuggling improbable right under watchful noses. Civic clubs did meet, yes, but often with minutes, officers, and raffle tickets, none of which scream sinister cabal. Historians are still debating this question of how often exceptional incidents got promoted into norms by eager retellers. Yet the pattern is public. The more a tale fits a pamphlet, the less it must fit an archive. Names of places provide generous scaffolding for invention. Vaults sounds romantic even when the space holds soap, turnips, and a tired dolly. Close sounds whispery even when the loudest noise is a broom. Guides who respect language use those resonances to teach rather than to tease. They point at a doorhead and let the curve do the work. They trace a drainage line with a toe and let the idea of design feel like magic without calling it magic. The audience leaves better informed and still entertained, an outcome every city hopes for. Light behaves like a co-author of memory here. A single lamp with a tin reflector can multiply itself across a lime-washed curve, creating the kind of glow that turns people into silhouettes and conversations into confidences. That optical kindness tempts storytellers. A person steps through a shaft of light, and the brain drafts a new scene. You're allowed to enjoy the theater with the proviso that sets are not scripts. The stage is real. The soliloquy may have been work, not worry. Myths around Mary King's Close have already had their gentle airing, but the genre repeats across the Old Town's underrooms with regional variations. A lane under one tenement becomes sealed forever in a brochure while rent books continue to bill for storage there. A tunnel between two addresses becomes escape route in a fireside retelling, even though the angles say service passage rated for casks and stubborn furniture. Your feet learn to read the geometry faster than your imagination can invent reasons to be startled. Objects discarded and then found later become excellent co-conspirators. A child's shoe, a clay pipe stem, a thistle carved last, a token. Each joins a narrative like a cameo. Exhibitions sometimes oversell their meanings because labels prefer verbs with drama. A better label smiles and says, "Found here," typical of people who worked and waited, and lets the object carry quiet authority. The public rarely minds honesty when the room itself is interesting. A shoe needn't be haunted to make a heart soften. Entrepreneurial spirits in the 19th century make scrappy museums out of spare corners. A proprietor arranges a cabinet of curiosities near a stair and charges a penny to see fossils found in the vaults, with the footnote that some were also found in the Pentland Hills, and possibly in a neighbor's pocket. The showmanship isn't sinister. It's survival with flair. The underrooms tolerate the act because the act keeps the lights paid for and the brooms in bristles. As marketing goes, it's nicer than shouting. Audio illusions produce some of the best ghost additions without needing additions. A whisper near the shoulder of an arch returns across the room like a well-bred echo. A cart on the street above clicks on joints that line up with your nervous system's idea of approaching footsteps. Wind through a grill picks one note and hums it as if repeating a name. A patient guide lets you hear the trick and then gives it the dignity of physics. Suddenly the place feels friendlier because explanations are invitations, not insults. Smell, too, lingers with a storytelling agenda. Beeswax, tallow, malt, leather, vinegar. All those actors have their lines and sometimes step on each other's toes. An untrained nose might call the blend ancient and mean uncertain. A trained one calls it industry past and present and means comfort. The basements earn their reputation for mood not by being spooky, but by reminding noses of time layered like pastry. That is not narrative manipulation. It's the city's honest perfume. Economics remains the most convincing ghost in any urban story. When rents tighten or war disturbs supply, rumors bloom. When prosperity steadies, rumors nap. The supply of sensational tours rises as readers grow hungry for them. The supply of careful tours rises as curiosity matures. Neither is evil. Both are markets. Your decisions, what to attend, what to repeat, steer the city's next draft. In that sense, you haunt the underrooms more effectively than any whisper in a corner. Photographers in early decades of the medium came hunting atmosphere and discovered that shadows treat cameras differently than they treat eyes. Long exposures make motion vanish. Empty rooms glow as if waiting. A single human figure becomes a smudge that looks suspiciously like an apparition because a shutter asked the person to stand still longer than politeness recommends. Captions step in to offer parallel interpretations, and albums become a seedbed for future legends. The visual record, however, also caught mundane miracles. Limewash brightening, props neatly stored, glints on polished hooks that rebut exaggeration with better beauty. Scriptwriters for tours develop a professional conscience, or they don't. The best of them revise regularly, adding fresh archaeological notes, subtracting unhelpful flourishes, and keeping their jokes spare and their pauses generous. They practice the art of the almost explanation. Give enough context that a visitor can imagine what the room was for, and then let the room keep its dignity. The worst indulge the easy gasp and skip the careful date. Your ear grows good at sorting them. The careful guide leaves you curious about drains. The careless one leaves you checking your back for something that is not there. Academic debates about narrative ethics now and then descend from journals to stairheads. Should tours dramatize suffering to produce empathy? Or does that risk exploitation and desensitization? How much ambiguity should a script admit before the audience feels cheated? Historians are still debating this question, and the basements remain patient with both sides so long as the outcome is respect. If empathy leads to funding for preservation and better working conditions for guides, empathy is a tool. If empathy becomes spectacle, it's time to recalibrate. Public health myths deserve special courtesy when they retire. The miasma versus germ story is often told as a duel with a single winner. But these rooms remind you that the miasma era, for all its wrong chemistry, enforced cleaner air, better drains, and more respectful handling of waste. Tours that acknowledge that nuance teach audiences how knowledge grows. Not by flipping a switch, but by nudging 1,000 routines. The basement becomes a classroom again, even when the teacher is holding a lantern instead of a pointer. Language around the supernatural evolves with fashion. Once the word haunted served as a marketing multipurpose tool, now atmospheric, evocative, and immersive enter the brochure. The shift shows that audiences want agency. They want to be the ones who feel something, not to be told exactly what to feel. Rooms reward that shift by being generous with hints. Acoustics that flatter a whisper, corners that keep confidences, thresholds that dramatize decision. You carry out more than you carried in, and none of it has teeth or claws. Particular tales anchor to particular stones. Someone insists a certain door refuses to open for the unwilling. An anthropomorphism invented by a latch that hates humidity. Another swears a particular crossdraft is a cold hand, a metaphor you forgive because it's nearly as good as a diagram. A savvy guide offers both poetry and mechanism. This corner remembers 2 streets above it and 1 lane beside it, so air argues. This latch prefers oil. The poetry stays, but now it's friendship, not fear. Merchants from earlier chapters make cameo appearances in myth as guardians of secret stock or participants in clandestine tastings. The truth is more delicious. Tastings were plentiful and not especially secret, focused on quality and price and context. A fun oddity. A few cellars kept a bell or a whistle to announce a newly tapped cask to staff in other rooms. The signal, overheard in a stare, might mature into a rumor about midnight rituals. The rumor pays rent for a season. The bell continues being a bell for decades. Children's games leave traces that the adult storytelling engine sometimes misreads. Hopscotch chalk marks become symbols, marble divots in stone become ritual sites, and a series of tacks along a curtain hem becomes code. A generous tour corrects without scolding. Play and practicality look like mystery when evidence becomes fragmentary. Your appreciation for ordinary joy grows every time a guide points to where at child height and says, "They climbed here." Museums and heritage organizations in recent decades have moved decisively toward evidence-first interpretation, and the result is a better kind of wonder. Light wells are labeled with dates. Drainage lines are traced. Fabric repairs are dated to specific campaigns. Personal stories appear where diaries or receipts justify them. The effect is not to flatten magic, but to improve its nutrition. Visitors leave with phrases that can handle tomorrow. Vaulting, haunch, lime, fall, lease, words that let you see future rooms with intelligent eyes. Performers occasionally stage site-specific events in these spaces. Music with respectful volume. Plays that use doorways as actors. Readings that take advantage of the curve's psychic hush. The underrooms respond beautifully to art that treats them as partners rather than props. Audiences learn more from a lullaby in an arch than from a scream in a corridor. And the rooms seem to lean in when art arrives with a low voice. That, too, is marketing, and it sells a product with no returns, attention. Ethics of fear get a paragraph because the bedtime brief bans jump scares. A city has no obligation to sell shivers to earn its keep. it does have an obligation to protect staff and visitors from narratives that disrespect the dead or the living. The best operators build protocols for consent, content warnings, and moments of release. The worst simulate panic. Your feet vote with tickets, and the underrooms who prefer competence thank you. Guidelines for telling better stories look suspiciously like household rules. Confirm your sources. Clarify speculation. Separate theatrical choices from documentary claims. Keep the lights high enough for safety and low enough for calm. Remember that sleep is the product you're selling at this hour. The waiting room of history feels truer when it admits that many people in these spaces did waiting of the normal kind. Waiting for deliveries, waiting for bread to cool, waiting for a ledger to add up, instead of waiting for plots to thicken. Economies of truth also make tours more resilient. When every boast is checkable and every uncertainty is stated, a program can survive critique, pandemics, and new research without collapsing. Basements like that stability. They prefer being the chapter that aged well. Marketing that promises less nonsense, more notice, is more sustainable than the kind that promises to startle your ancestors. Your calm heartbeat is included in the price of admission. Public memory benefits from admitting errors. A plaque that once oversold a myth gets replaced with one that tells the correction story alongside the corrected story. And audiences cheer because humility is charming. The underrooms, who practiced humility for centuries by staying useful without applause, become role models. The city, in turn, gains a reputation for candor that attracts the kind of visitor who buys both books and oatcakes. Balance between upstairs and downstairs storytelling matters. Salons of the Enlightenment and basements of the everyday should appear in the same sentence as collaborators, not competitors. When a guide links a philosopher's theory to event's design, a merchant's risk to a seller's temperature, or a reformer's pamphlet to a safer stair, the tour graduates from mood to meaning. The myth that basements are only backdrops dissolves, replaced by the truer claim that basements are instruments, and the city is the orchestra. Memory in families keeps a sweeter ledger than publicity does. Grandparents tell stories about a cousin who worked in a vault, a wedding photo taken near a stair, a recipe that tastes better in a cool room. Those narratives resist marketing because they don't need tickets. They are durable, local, and stubbornly fond of detail. The exact hook where a pan hung, the brick with a chip that looks like a hair, the draft that tested a cake's patience. If you're lucky, a guide includes one of those family notes with permission, and the space blooms with authenticity. Debunking, when done generously, delights audiences. Hearing that the bricking up story is a later invention does not steal goosebumps. It replaces them with a warmer reaction. Respect for neighbors who carried soup to a door, for officials who learned how to clean better, for households that adapted without becoming headlines. Historians are still debating this question of how best to deliver corrections without scolding. Your experience says humor plus receipts is unbeatable. Turns out it was a drain, not a dungeon, is a line that sells more postcards than it kills. Vocabulary for the marvelous but explainable keeps everyone honest. Words like anomalous draft, acoustic hotspot, material fatigue, and maintenance artifact have a way of blowing out candles of superstition while leaving the glow of intrigue. The best tours hand those terms to guests like souvenirs. The worst hand out adjectives and send them home hungry. You leave fuller when you can name what you felt. Quirky souvenirs tell the tale better than plastic specters. A pencil that writes on damp limewash, a tiny brass whistle for testing draft, a thistle-stamped bookmark referencing a bookbinder's bench. These take the underrooms home in ways that encourage careful looking. Later, when a visitor walks into another city's basement, the whistle memory returns, and the new space benefits from borrowed courtesy. Marketing that spreads good habits is the civic service. Last words for this chapter arrive soft. What really happens when myths, ghosts, and good marketing visit the basements of Edinburgh's Old Town is a negotiation between atmosphere and accuracy, with the rooms themselves acting as referees who prefer tidiness to terror. The mainstream points give us dates, laws, and projects. The oddities add bells on pipes, breadcrumb experiments, and photographs that accidentally invent apparitions. The debates keep scripts honest. Your bedtime verdict is gentle. Enjoy the shiver, keep the receipts, and let the stones be proud for ordinary reasons. The city sleeps better when stories and evidence share the same pillow. Shovels enter the story with more courtesy than drama, because modern archaeology in Edinburgh's Old Town prefers soft brushes, labeled trays, and a calendar that respects neighbors as much as strata. Basements that once held barrels and benches now host test pits and context sheets. The arch that used to flatter a whistle now carries a string line, and the same patience that kept casks even-tempered becomes the tempo for recording soil as if it were a diary written in grains. Nothing leaps from the earth. Everything introduces itself slowly. Archaeology treats the ground like a library that misplaced its index, so the first task is always finding the table of contents. Teams grid the floor in tidy squares, set benchmarks against walls that have already proven their honesty, and establish a system for describing colors that refuses to be poetic. Munsell charts trump adjectives. Each unit of change in the soil becomes a context, deserving its own number, description, drawing, and photographs. Mainstream method dictates single context excavation. Remove one layer, record its edges, note its relationships, keep finds bagged with their exact address in space and time. The result looks like patience to outsiders and like music to those who love information that doesn't wander. Trowels whisper across packed dust, and even that whisper has a style. A good scrape reveals the difference between trampled floor and a later dump. A better one reveals the line where a post once negotiated with the ceiling. Edges matter more than headlines. The outline of a hearth, the arc of a drain, the scar of a door moved one hand's width to the left sometime between a bad harvest and a better one. The basement answers every careful question with its own dialect. Stains, changes in compaction, specks of charcoal, tiny shells trapped in lime like fossil punctuation. Beneath fingertips, thousands of minor artifacts arrive with the humility of lost buttons at a laundry. Clay pipe stems, pins, shoe leather, bits of glass, fragments of imported pottery with glazes that remember other latitudes. Each one goes into a bag with a number. Each number joins a context sheet. Each sheet will someday sit beside a plan and a section drawing and pretend to be a chapter in a book that a stranger can read without calling a medium. A mainstream truth anchors the process. Most of what archaeology saves is small, resistant to declamation, and profound in aggregate. Light becomes an instrument in basements just as it did for merchants. LED panels mimic daylight without talking back to the thermometer. Headlamps whisper where the ceiling forgets to be generous. And mirrors bounce a wedge of glow into corners where a trowel might miss a sliver of glaze. Photogrammetry steps in with a grin. Cameras take hundreds of overlapping images. Software knits them into a three-dimensional model, and a vault that once carried barrels becomes a dataset you can rotate with a thumb. Quirky delight follows when an archaeologist admits to naming the tripod, because anything that stands that still and behaves that well deserves a nickname. Paperwork walks in as the real hero, carrying pens instead of swords. Context sheets, finds registers, environmental sampling logs, small finds catalogs. Each page insists that the romance of discovery must pay its taxes in legibility. Drawings on permatrace record plans at 120 and sections at 110. with north arrows so elegant they could pass for ornaments if they weren't so devoted to accuracy. The mainstream expectation is auditability. Another team, another decade, another question should be able to walk back into the archive and see not just that a thing was found, but exactly where it was when it appeared and what sat beside it like a neighbor at supper. Old dust carries modern secrets. Pollen trapped in compacted floor layers whispers about what grew when suppliers were stingy. Starch grains cling to ceramic residues and name ingredients that never applied for a starring role. Insect remains admit to episodes of damp without asking for pity. Environmental archaeology becomes the gossip column of strata. Quiet, precise, and occasionally scandalous in a way that helps rather than harms. A single seed can be a time traveler with better recall than any diary. Bones show up, and we treat them gently without becoming grim. Animal remains tell you what butchered where and how thrifty cooks behaved. Fish bones identify the sea's share in a stare's diet. Bird bone fragments sometimes hint at festival days. Cut marks reveal tools. Burn patterns reveal recipes and mistakes. Human remains are rare in this part of the Undercity stories and, when present, meet protocols that prioritize dignity, documentation, and experts who know how to read pathology without raising a voice. Mainstream standards require permissions, consultation, and careful reburial or curation. Nothing sensational, everything correct. Ceramics keep time more reliably than some clocks. A bit of Staffordshire slipware, a shard of Delft, a rugged stoneware bottle shoulder stamped with a merchant's ambition. Each narrows a date range and widens a trade map. Sherds gather on a finds tray like a multilingual conversation. A brown-glazed local bowl greeting a French faience fragment greeting a bottle that came up from Leith in a ship that smelled of salt and hope. Historians are still debating this question of precisely how quickly certain imported wares penetrated modest households versus lingering in the orbit of better-funded tables. And the debate gets tastier every time a humble context produces something fancy in tiny pieces. Glass speaks a quieter timeline, but it speaks. Bottle bases show pontil scars. Window fragments reveal improvements in draw and polishing. A curved piece might remember a lantern that made a room safer by a measurable degree. When ultraviolet light reveals seeds of devitrification, lab staff coax stories out gently. Storage conditions, production methods, and that thrilling tiny bubble that got trapped 3 centuries ago now serves as an alibi against counterfeit narratives. Leather behaves like a letter you didn't know you were waiting for. Shoe soles tell you about gait, class, and season. Cutoffs from a cordoner's bench accumulate in corners where archaeology later smiles. Strap fragments with buckles still attached reveal fashion with a pragmatist's shrug. Conservation requires a careful bath and patient PG treatment when saturation demanded permanent help. The result is not a museum pretty face, but a survivor whose edges still remember steps taken on stones that have not moved an inch. Textiles rarely endure, yet the city occasionally gifts a scrap of wool or linen, a fragment of ribbon, a thread that identifies itself under a microscope as something human hands pulled tight while a song sorted the day. Basements, cooler than attics and spared some of the sun's sarcasm, hold such ghosts a little longer, especially where drains behaved and salts stayed polite. The sight of a weave under magnification delivers an intimacy no tour script can equal. Someone wore this, someone mended this, someone folded this on a chest near a door that still remembers their knuckles. Coins are less about treasure than about calibration. A copper halfpenny fixes a floor to a monarch. A clipped silver coin tells of budget anxieties visiting a market. A jeton, those token counters used for arithmetic, strays from a ledger table and turns up where dust refuses to edit. The thrill is not in value but in vector. Money's path through a lane clarifies how frequently people crossed, paused, bargained, and pocketed. Economies draw themselves in the dirt. Archaeologists trace those lines without making them perform. Architectural fragments read like marginalia in the city's own handwriting. A brick stamped with a maker's mark ties a repair to a kiln. A carved stone with a mason's signature refuses anonymity. An iron hinge with a peculiar offset reappears in 3 addresses and says, "We solved this geometry once. We kept solving it the same way." Conservation aside, the joy here is pattern recognition. A reassurance that craftsmanship had a memory long before archives filed the minutes. Tools retire into corners and tell the truth about work. A blunt awl, a chisel bitten down to a stub, a dolly's iron tire surrendered by an axle that chose mortality. Each speaks of hands more than of headlines. An archaeologist who loves trade will sketch a handle where pattern as if it were a coastline. The drawing will later explain why a certain bench polish survived exactly in that crescent and not an inch farther. Mainstream craft history draws on guild records. The basement gives the guild a body. Sampling strategies become a design problem solved in collaboration with time. Bulk samples go into plastic tubs to be floated later for seeds and tiny bones. Micromorphology blocks, resin-impregnated slices of floor, capture microlayers that trowels cannot parse. Residue swabs from the interior of a jar whisper recipes into chromatographs months after the trench has been backfilled. The oddest delight appears when a soil-thin section slides under a microscope. The flooring looks like a city sky seen from far away. Stars of ash, streaks of charcoal, constellations of quartz. All perfectly uninterested in your adjectives yet eager to be counted. Dating techniques sit down at the table like a quiet jury. Stratigraphy speaks first. Typology nods or raises an eyebrow. Dendrochronology enters only when wood allows. Radiocarbon clears its throat for organics. OSL, optically stimulated luminescence, offers an opinion about when sediment last saw sunlight. Together they keep braggarts honest. Historians are still debating this question of how finely we can date specific refurbishments in understreet spaces without written records. The answer keeps improving the way good city paving does. Not flashy, simply smoother. Collaborations multiply because no one discipline owns a basement. Architects arrive with laser scanners, historians with charters and rate books, chemists with vials and gloves, conservators with tools that look like a dentist's daydream. Community members arrive with photos, family stories, and habits of noticing that professionals adore. A remarkable mainstream shift in recent decades emphasizes community archaeology. Digging with, not merely near, and Edinburgh's underrooms benefit because neighbors know which hooks held whose coats and where the worst draft insists on existing. Ethics govern finds like keys govern doors. Objects belong to stories, not to pockets, and national frameworks direct where artifacts live after conservation. Finds from commercial excavations typically go to a museum store, available for research and future display. Personal mementos, when identified, sometimes get photographed and reburied in situ if significance depends on place more than on object. The rule feels familiar from earlier chapters. Respect scale, respect neighbors, and label everything you touch. Dust proves to be both nuisance and archive, so teams treat it with a paradoxical mix of hospitality and eviction. Masks protect lungs. Air movers keep instruments honest, and yet sieves invite dust to surrender its secrets. Fish bones that tried to hide in silt, seeds embarrassed by their own persistence, the glint of glass cullet pretending to be sand. One quirky tradition persists in a few crews. First tea of the day after a context closes includes a toast to the dust that kept our secrets until we asked nicely. Unexpected finds spice patience without asking it to apologize. A gaming piece cut from a broken pot finds a second career. A child's slate with a scratched alphabet confesses a lesson I, J, and K never finished. A whistle carved from a bird bone once recruited a street into a game that archaeology cannot reconstruct but can imagine. None of it overturns the city's history. All of it improves the footnotes and gives modern walkers the gift of specificity. Spaces themselves become exhibits as understanding deepens. A vault that once puzzled engineers reveals a deliberate fall in its floor. A soot pattern establishes a former hearth location. A blocked opening aligns perfectly with a stress pattern in the arch and a reference in a lease. Suddenly the room is not a mystery but a solved equation with elegant work shown. Mainstream heritage practice favors leaving legible traces visible after consolidation, so visitors meet raw evidence, not theatrical extras. Conservation labs, far from the trenches, continue the conversation in white coats and natural light. Leather swims in solutions that promise longevity. Iron undergoes reduction treatments that evict the rust without insisting on a facelift. Ceramics accept new edges in reversible fills that prefer humility to bravado. Labeling remains the unglamorous heartbeat. Accession numbers, treatment notes, storage conditions logged with the fortitude of a lighthouse keeper. Museums may later design beautiful labels. Conservation paperwork is the contract that makes beauty honest. Public interpretation avoids both boredom and breathlessness when it shares method as much as conclusion. A wall chart showing context relationships empowers visitors to understand how a layer cake of activity becomes a timeline. A tray of typical finds invites touch and debate. A video of a photogrammetry model turning slowly against black makes arches look like constellations that you can count. The best exhibits honor ambiguity. Dates as ranges, functions as probabilities, stories as proposals with footnotes. The city's bedtime genre thrives on that honesty. Debates, as ever, keep scholars in good humor and conferences funded. Were the South Bridge vaults primarily storage alienated by damp, or did they host significant craft and habitation for longer than the drier textbooks allow? Did certain classes under the city chambers remain more residential than others after roofing? Or does the surviving paperwork mislead by counting rent for rooms that functioned mainly as cupboards? Historians are still debating this question, and archaeology occasionally blows a gentle trumpet either way. A cradle nail here, a line of trestle post holes there, without pretending to have the last word. Technology updates fieldwork the way Enlightenment updated housekeeping. Ground-penetrating radar maps voids ahead of a lift of flags. Micro-CT scans visualize fragile composites without touching. XRF guns read elemental signatures with the swiftness of a polite cough. Yet for all the wizardry, trowel and notebook remain sovereign. The joy resides not in instruments but in the orchestration of method. Listen, look, record, test, compare, confess uncertainty, and return tomorrow earlier than you promised yourself you would. Community memory feeds the trench in loops that feel like the city's version of peer review. A neighbor tells a story about where his grandfather kept apples. The soil returns apple pips from exactly that corner. A retired cooper points to a stain and says where hoops preferred to rest. The plan view later shows a cadence of circular where marks like soft moons. Oral history is not a substitute for excavation. It is a compass that makes better questions. Education sneaks in with muddy boots and leaves with sparkling eyes. School groups peer into trays of sorted bone and glass and learn to distinguish fish vertebrae from rodent ribs, colorless bottle shards from window panes, hope from certainty. University students write context descriptions that start as timid essays and end as crisp, legible prose a site director would happily quote in a report. The basement as classroom, turns out to be the right size for ambition. Small enough to teach humility, complex enough to reward attention. Museums and archives absorb the results with the appetite of calm giants. Object stores provide stable humidity. Data stores provide stable formats. And curators, who are practical romantics, keep both kinds of store clean. Exhibitions rotate a shoe sole and a ledger page into the light. A panel admits a correction prompted by recent digs. A label grows a more precise date. A loan goes to a community center where a family recognizes a surname in a shop sign and adds their recollection to the record. The loop closes and opens again, like a good door with a dependable latch. Policy frameworks protect the fragile where bulldozers and timetables make noise. Planning consents require archaeological assessments. Mitigation strategies range from watching briefs to full excavations. Developers adjust schedules because the city's past deserves more than a wave from a passing crane. This is the mainstream, grown-up version of romance. Legal language that insists on respect and budgets that itemize it. The basements, long used to being useful, appreciate being recognized as precious without being smothered. International comparisons keep pride from turning into provincialism. York's undercrofts, London's riverside cellars, Dublin's vaults. Each contributes techniques and cautionary tales. Edinburgh borrows what fits its stone and returns the favor with insights about building on a spine, fighting damp with diplomacy, and reading rooms that were engineered for weight more than for spectacle. Knowledge, like good air, likes to circulate. Cameras pack up at twilight, but the archive keeps working. Digital backups replicate themselves into safety. Logs check off tasks with the genre's favorite verb, completed, and a last photo captures the trench tidy for closing. The room regains its echo, but now the echo plays a tune you can hum after the team leaves. Numbers, arrows, a thin pencil line that means edge of change, and a confidence that the story lives somewhere specific rather than in adjectives. Fatigue dances with satisfaction as teams sweep floors one final time and lay geotextile membranes where future archaeologists will thank them for kindness. Backfill returns like a familiar tide. Layered, compacted, annotated in reports that will outlive shoes and certainly outlive jokes. Conservators tuck bags into crates, jot temperatures, and let the night take over. The city feels a fraction lighter because the quiet debt to curiosity has been paid down. Perspectives sharpen when you remember what can never be proved. Archaeology excels at the material and stumbles, honestly, beautifully, at motives. A shoe sole reveals presence, not intention. A drain reveals habits, not interior monologue. A ledger clip fallen through a crack tells of clerks who leaned, not of secrets they muttered. Historians are still debating this question of how assertive narrative should be in the absence of letters and diaries. Your basement tutorial suggests that restraint can be generous. Fewer claims, more invitations. Lessons at the end, fit in a pocket and improve every walk. Trust details over adjectives. Let edges tell you how rooms change jobs. Ask water what it intended and Weatherstone approved. Carry a mental Munsell chart that distinguishes romantic dark from honest damp. Accept that myths entertain and that evidence endures. Above all, remember that soil writes slowly and that the best readers bring a chair. Calm settles when the last bag is labeled and the final note reads legibly enough to make a future stranger smile with relief. What really happens in the basements of Edinburgh's Old Town when spades and brushes arrive is not treasure hunting. It is translation. Dust becomes data. Rooms become sentences. Stray objects become citizens of a story that respects both the living and the dead by refusing to pretend. The mainstream threads, method, conservation, policy, clothe the work, The oddities, nicknamed tripods, alphabet slates, whistles carved from bone, button the collar. The debates keep the outfit from feeling like a uniform. Walk away softly, and the city keeps talking under your feet. Steady, factual, and kind. Morning settles into the stone with a producer's calm, because today the understreet rooms clock in as venues as readily as they once reported for storage. Track lights blink awake where oil lamps used to negotiate with damp. Cables trace the old routes of ropes. A stage manager's clipboard inherits the authority of a ledger. The scene is not a betrayal of history, but its latest costume change. Translating cool, constant air into comfort for audiences and predictable behavior for microphones. Back in the 18th and 19th centuries, legislation began planting the seeds for the Shiftberg bylaws about clear egress, the later rise of professional fire brigades, and improvement acts that disciplined drainage and ventilation. Mainstream history frames these as public health measures. The basements discover they are also the ancestors of modern venue checklists. Exit signed, routes unblocked, flame polite, water obedient. Those old reforms whisper in every risk assessment that gets taped to a backstage door. Acoustics become the city's accidental patron. Arches gather sound into a warm focus. Limewash throws a soft reflection. Stone trims harshness from a violin or a voice until the room behaves like a well-tuned instrument. Performers learn quickly that a whisper here carries farther than a shout in the open air. And audiences realize the understreet teaches listening as much as it sells tickets. A quirky pre-show ritual survives from cellar days. A little brass whistle by the hatch, blown once to test the draft before doors open, now doubling as an excuse to smile the nerves down. Lighting designers treat the curves like collaborators. Fresnels and pars aim softly into the haunch of an arch, letting the ceiling act as a diffuser. Cable runs borrow the common sense of old handcart routes. Dimmers inherit the politeness once demanded of candles. Conservation rules insist on reversibility. Clips instead of cores, trays instead of chisels, and the compromise produces an elegant look. Modern kit that sits like a guest, not a conqueror. Historians are still debating this question of how much contemporary hardware can inhabit listed spaces before atmosphere becomes set dressing. And the best answer remains a working one. Mount lightly labeled choices, and let the stone keep its accent. Accessibility leads like a director with taste. Ramps meander where a dolly once rested. Platform lifts fit into corners that always wanted to be handy. Tactile maps turn a plan into a welcome. Captioning and hearing loops convert acoustical kindness into full inclusion. None of this feels like charity. It feels like competence scaled to real human variation. The lesson belongs on a poster. If an arch can carry a bridge, a plan can carry a wider audience. Moisture management returns as the backstage boss who never retired. Dehumidifiers hum in low registers so the violins can keep theirs. Sensors log RH with a focus that would make an accountant blush. Vents that once escorted smoke now collaborate with HVAC to keep breath and fabric comfortable. The city that learned not to trap damp in hard cement keeps trusting lime. And the rooms reward that trust by aging with dignity under LEDs instead of under soot. Fire safety, learned the hard way upstairs in 1824 and improved methodically afterward, translates into today's quiet choreography. Doors with ratings disguised as good manners. Sprinklers tucked into soffits like courteous punctuation. Staff drills that rehearse calm rather than panic. Audiences rarely notice the elegance, which means the system works. It's the same ethic that kept bungs tight and aisles clear. Prevention so untheatrical it deserves a standing ovation. Programming maps onto the old work geography with comic neatness. Fringe theater chooses the compact vault with the gentle slapback. Chamber music borrows the long room where barrels once rolled. Storytelling prefers the alcove that flatters consonants. Tasting flights of cheese or whiskey station themselves where temperature forgets to be dramatic. A mainstream point hides in plain sight. Adaptive reuse succeeds when new functions ride the building's existing strengths, not when they bully them. Stone offers thermal mass and acoustics. The stage offers narrative. Together they manage mood better than marketing can on its own. Neighbors write the rules that keep delight compatible with bedtime. Shared stairs become shared calendars. Delivery windows respect the centuries-old truth that mornings are kinder than midnight. Decibel limits translate courtesy into numbers everyone can see. Venue managers learn to speak in the dialect of the stair. Glass out by 9, linen in by 10. No subwoofers near the bookbinder's wall. And peace lasts because specifics beat slogans every time. Curation expands beyond objects to include procedures. House manuals now preserve methods as surely as museums preserve artifacts. How to air a room before a full audience, where to set portable fans so drafts lift rather than shove, when to recoat limewash for both light and lungs. The archive of habit becomes the star everyone works for, because routine is what keeps a historic venue feeling effortless. Guides, when shows take a night off, pivot from actors to docents, walking people through the rigging that replaced rope and the labels that replaced guesswork. A mainstream history nugget earns applause. Historic Environment Scotland's guidance on breathable mortars and legible alterations protects fabric while freeing owners to keep spaces working. The translation for visitors is simple. If you can point to a change and explain it, the change probably deserves to stay. Debates survive load-in as they should. Purists ask whether turning vaults into venues risks flattening complexity into ambience. Pragmatists counter that warm rooms with income by time for conservation, research, and community use. Historians are still debating this question, and the basements themselves offer the friendliest verdict. The best nights are those when method and mood show up together. Good air, clear paths, honest labels, strong storytelling, and no one pretending the stone is anything but what it is. Food and drink rediscover the old logic of kulth and patience. Cheese caves post their microclimates like weather reports. Chocolatiers schedule tempering to the room. Tasting rooms honor the city's export history with flights that talk logistics as fluently as flavors. A tiny ceremony sometimes closes the night. A drop tipped to the arch as the angels' share of performance. Silly, harmless, and oddly binding for crews who love tradition for its morale, not its magic. Technology enters like a thoughtful stagehand. Digital twins let managers check humidity from home. Smart dimming protects both eyes and limewash. Portable acoustic panels with mineral wool hearts behave like polite, movable walls. The building, which already knows how to breathe, learns to text. RH stable at 55%. Draft okay. See you at doors. That message is the opposite of romance, which is why artists sleep better reading it. Security resurrects the night watch with subtler instruments. Cameras sit where they can see routes, not secrets. Key fobs log comings and goings like modern ledger lines. Incident reports read like practical essays. Puddle at west threshold. Cause traced to gullied leaf fall. Cleared. Schedule added. The tone is familiar across centuries. Attention, correction, and the shared preference for tomorrow over drama. Education runs parallel to entertainment. Afternoon workshops teach draft testing with a whistle and the physics of arches with string and fingers. Evening shows prove the acoustics by accident. Late-night talks introduce conservationists who can make mortar recipes feel like a love language. The mainstream becomes visible to non-specialists. Reversibility, minimum intervention, significance-led change. Everyone goes home with a small superpower. the urge to ask any room, "What do you already do well? And how can I help you keep doing it?" Marketing grows up without losing its grin. Hidden and secret keep their place in copy, but layered, working, and research-led climb the word ladder. Flyers promise good chairs, not cheap scares. Websites highlight access notes as prominently as bar menus. A venue's about page names the Stone's Age and the last conservation campaign with equal pride. Quirky souvenirs learn to be useful. Draft whistles, thistle-stamped bookmarks, tiny torches with warm color temperature. Tokens that remind visitors how to be kind to old rooms. Festivals arrive, and the city proves its rehearsal was worth it. Capacity counts, steward posts, first aid spots, and egress lines become choreography. Performers adjust pacing to the arch. Audiences discover that intimacy is the best special effect. A mainstream truth gets a curtain call. Safety done well is invisible, but its absence is the only thing anyone would talk about. Therefore, invisibility is the highest compliment in this line of work. Sustainability takes the mic between sets. Managers share energy dashboards. Waste sorting sits where slopes won't shame it. Reusable cup schemes find routes that respect old thresholds. Cycle deliveries replace a fraction of vans. No one pretends a venue solves climate change. Everyone admits a basement's thermal mass is a head start. The Stone, unbothered by applause, keeps doing the slow, good work of evening out extremes. Legal frameworks keep rhythm without stealing solos. Licenses specify hours and occupancy. Leases spell out maintenance on drains and vents. Insurance policies reward sensors and drills. Planning consents insist on method statements before a single bracket touches a wall. It sounds dull because it is, and dull is a virtue where crowds meet stone. The most beautiful sentence in the House file remains "no incidents to report." Communities retain keys in the ways that matter. Residence groups co-design event calendars. Schools get matinees. Neighbors receive first dibs on volunteer shifts that turn into job references. The social contract that once governed shared stairs now governs shared schedules. Reputation hardens into good habit. If a venue packs out Friday night and leaves the stairs spotless before breakfast, every Monday conversation gets easier. Interpretation stays humble and specific. Labels point at vents and falls. Before and after photos credit craftspeople by name. Timelines admit gaps. When a myth wanders in bricked-up plague victims, endless smuggler highways, a guide smiles, offers the version with receipts, and pairs it with a better story about drains or doorways. Historians are still debating this question of how to correct lore without scolding. The winning formula seems to be humor plus evidence, delivered at human scale. Designers adopt legible change as an aesthetic rather than a burden. New work is dated discreetly. Materials contrast just enough to confess. Bolts sit where a future conservator can bless or undo them. Audiences may never notice, but apprentices do, and that is how craft survives, in choices that teach even when unremarked. Seasonality keeps its old veto power. Summer warmth invites later shows and longer airing. Autumn rains test gullies and make drafts sound like instruments. Winter compresses schedules and stretches hot chocolate sales. Spring brings limewash and optimism. The calendar is not a threat. It's a collaborator, and the venues that treat it that way last. Economics calls the cues everyone must hit. Rents rise, compliance costs rise. Pay must meet dignity. Tickets can't scare families. Grants demand evidence of public value. The answer looks suspiciously like earlier chapters. Clean routines, honest labels, clear benefits to neighbors, and shows that justify themselves with reasons beyond vibe. Success sounds like compliments from unlikely allies. A fire officer impressed by drills, a conservator impressed by brackets, a grandmother impressed by chairs. Memory takes a bow each night without asking for spotlight. Former porters come to plays and time the interval by instinct. A retired watchman's granddaughter works front of house and taps the rail where her granddad did. A baker smells beeswax on a prop candle and tells a story about a seller that dried his loaves better than any oven fan could. Continuity does not mean resisting change. It means inviting the past to sit in good seats for the future. Closing time returns the room to a familiar posture. Lights fade to a glow that flatters lime. A broom rehearses the ancient steps. A log records RH stable, exits clear, keys returned. No ghost is required to make that sentence feel like music. The real marvel is how much has been learned and written down so the next shift inherits a relationship, not just a space. Final notes land softly. What really happens when basements move from storage to stage lights in Edinburgh's Old Town is a translation: work rhythms becoming show rhythms, safety checklists becoming stage directions, public health becoming hospitality. The mainstream scaffolding, building codes, conservation policy, licensing, keeps the plot sensible. The odd details, draft whistles, acoustic sweet spots, angel share nods, keep the smile sincere. The debates about authenticity, access, and the line between atmosphere and artifice keep everyone honest. Step out to the mile with ears still tuned to the curve, and the city feels newly legible. Stage above, wings below, both performing the same old play called Make It Work and Make It Kind. Maps unfold last because journeys prefer epilogues that can be folded back into a pocket. And tonight the Undercity lends you a map made of sounds, temperatures, and an agreeable draft. The route is familiar by now, off the Royal Mile and into the grain of closes, but the purpose has changed. Instead of collecting facts the way a ledger collects lines, the walk becomes a gentle audit of what stays, what shifts, and what politely refuses to declare itself solved. Stones speak first when attention drops its shoulders. A palm against lime-washed curve meets the soft grit that tells of breath rather than varnish, and joints red as commas more than as seams. Somewhere a drip ledge makes a tiny, satisfied click that only patient listeners claim they can hear, the sonic equivalent of a page turning itself. This is endurance without fanfare. Masonry doing its centuries-old job of carrying weight and returning it to the ground as if the transaction were cordial rather than compulsory. Surfaces remember hands better than faces. A patch of gloss on a lintel has the height of a tired porter. A smooth crescent on a trestle foot shows where barrels negotiated the same hesitation for years. A shine along a railing marks the frequency of weddings and winter markets as surely as any diary. Evidence, when it wants to be kind, chooses texture over rhetoric. Whatever myths toured through here, the sheen of use wins the argument and then goes back to work. Air chooses routes that people eventually learn to love. A narrow vent at shoulder height recruits a breeze from the mile and persuades smoke to choose the sky. A higher slit lets warmth shrug its way out after a room has done its job. The vocabulary of earlier chapters, fall, draft, gradient, returns like reliable friends. Mainstream lessons endure because physics has the stubborn grace of an elder who never raises a voice. Move water kindly, give air options, let stone exhale. Sounds archive themselves with a librarian's care. Footsteps break into two notes on certain flags because one slab sits a shade proud, and the ear learns to hear that microchord as a landmark. A cart on the bridge above taps a rhythm that aligns with vault spacing, and without seeing a drawing you can feel the arch count in even bars. Wooden keys grazing an iron ring produce a tiny, ceremonial clink that means the room has both memory and tomorrow. In a city of arguments and oratory, the underrooms keep time. Objects that survived the archaeologist's sieve or the conservator's bath keep offering modest introductions. A pipe stem, a shoe sole, a token, none of them heroic, all of them excellent company. Their power lies in refusing to overact. They ask only that you picture hands at work, feet in motion, a moment of retail or rest. Historians are still debating this question of how far such small finds can push interpretation beyond "someone was here." And the honest answer is that restraint teaches more than invention. When a thing waits quietly, the room around it grows articulate. Light treats stone like a collaborator rather than a stage prop. A tin reflector once made a single candle behave as if it had a degree in optics. Today, a soft LED washes the curve with the same respect for glare and shadow. Limewash remains the most persuasive designer in town, achieving with a bucket what theatrical rigging accomplishes with a truck. The alchemy isn't mystical. It's a sign that materials selected by thrift and habit often turn out to be good philosophers. Names, those friendly index cards in the civic cabinet, return in softer focus and still matter. Mary King's Close, Southbridge Vaults, the City Chambers Undercroft. Each labels a set of compromises made legible by stairs. A mainstream point deserves its fidelity. 18th century urban improvement did not erase medieval fabric so much as step over it, leaving pockets of continuity that later centuries reinterpreted. That sentence, tucked into a pocket, keeps pamphlets honest and lets tours tell jokes without losing their footing. Routines, more than personalities, are what the basements keep handing you. Sweep, air, stack, check, log, lock, verbs that outlive fashion and keep their shine, even when scripts change from storage to stage and back again on a festival's calendar. Competence remains the city's favorite genre. Every time a sign reads "Vent half open in Har," a little footnote to the Enlightenment smiles, because method survived marketing and learned to pay rent on time. Debates wander by like friendly dogs and deserve a pat. Did the South Bridge vaults truly fail as designed or succeed as adapted? Were understairs rooms more often short-term beds than lifelong homes? How much smuggling occurred beneath noses keen enough to price a cask by its tone? Historians are still debating this question, and the reward for admitting uncertainty is that rooms stay visitable instead of being consumed by certainties too brittle for new evidence. Quirks keep morale high in the archives you carry inside your head. A feather by the hatch that tests the draft, a tiny whistle that turns airflow into music, a scrap of heather pressed into a template as a humidity gauge, a pebble resting on a bung as a gentle reminder not to top up from the wrong neighbor. None of these are miracles, and all of them are the kind of wit that keeps routine from turning into drudgery. Cities deserve jokes. Basements tell the best ones quietly. Guides with good manners escort visitors through the evidence with a blend of receipts and mercy. Scripts keep their jokes small and their dates accurate. Demonstrations prefer physics to fright. Corrections land with humor. Turns out it was a drain, not a dungeon. And people buy more books because respect is contagious. The underrooms reward that tone by offering richer echoes. Places curate their own reputations when allowed the dignity of detail. Policies, those patient bones of the modern city, continue to do quietly magnificent work. Listed status translates affection into obligations. Building standards turn common sense into diagrams. Conservation briefs insist on reversibility as if the future were already waiting with questions. Mainstream governance looks boring to anyone who has never watched a threshold shed water exactly as drawn. Boredom, in this context, is the city's sweetest lullaby. Accessibility remains the chapter that makes all the others worth writing. Ramps contour around history without apologizing for needing space. Lifts tuck in like friends who refuse to miss a party. Captioning paints sound and text so arches don't get to be the only translators. When the understreet says welcome in many alphabets, it proves that layers can be both archive and present tense. Moisture, the eternal coworker, keeps its desk in the corner and asks for attention rather than drama. Sensors sketch the same lines on screens that old hands once felt in their knuckles. Limewash continues its quiet magic trick of brightness plus breath. Hard cements keep being politely uninvited. The mainstream advice has not changed because the climate hasn't signed any treaties with impatient renovators. Guide water. Don't dare it. Festivals arrive annually like tidal charts with musicians attached, and the basements adopt their roles with ease. Stages that flatter consonants, galleries that prefer textured light, tasting rooms whose thermometers behave like diplomats. Schedules and stewards rehearse the drill. Count, guide, breathe, smile. The success criteria read like the old watch book. No incidents to report, and an entire economy of joy rides on that single sentence. Food learns the city again through the basement door. Cheeses rest. Chocolate sets. Wines keep their tempers. Coffee decides how opinionated to be. The logic is ancient, kulth, calm, a draft that favors honesty, and the outcome is modern comfort paid for in fewer kilowatts and more attention. When a menu prints microclimate data alongside tasting notes, science joins hospitality and everyone pretends it was always obvious. Education continues to treat these rooms as patient teachers. School groups build arches from foam blocks and then step under the real thing. Apprentices in crafts learn that a wedge placed with courtesy can solve geometry. University students discover that context sheets feel surprisingly like literature when the plot is soil. Museums anchor the learning with labels that admit doubt and celebrate method. A city that lets children borrow its backstage acquires future caretakers who already know where the mop lives. Memories from families who worked these rooms supply tenderness that scholarship cannot manufacture. A grandparent points to a hook and tells a grandchild why that height still matters. A porter's anecdote about a cask that sang turns into a physics lesson and then back into a smile. A binder's dented plow gains a biography everyone remembers better than a king's date. Continuity refuses to be sentimental and becomes something steadier. A well-kept habit. Etiquette holds the keys even when key fobs replace brass. Return the dolly. Prop the door in a way that doesn't argue with the vent. Keep the stairhead readable by lamps and by eyes. Post the schedule where the person least inclined to read it can't miss it. The genius of the basements has always been to convert ethics into logistics, kindness engineered into thresholds and routines. Smells articulate a history lesson you can listen to with your face. Beeswax wins over tallow when air improves. Vinegar recedes as drains learn obedience. Damp mutters from corners and gets answered by a draft rather than by a lecture. One sniff tells you what century a decision belongs to. Another tells you when a room has been used with love. The nose, underrated in academia, gets to be the dean here. Technology politely joins the cast without trying to upstage the masonry. Digital twins, data loggers, and discrete sensors whisper diagnoses. Photogrammetry preserves shapes the way pressing flowers preserves afternoons. Archives live both in climate-controlled stores and in the pockets of people who care. Nothing on a screen replaces the particular cool of the flagstones underfoot, but it helps schedule the limewash and pay the electrician without forgetting the name of the stone. Language keeps getting better at not promising too much. Underground yields to understreet. Secret yields to layered. Hidden yields to hard to notice until someone shows you where to look. When words behave, places stop needing to defend themselves. The calm that results feels like a cathedral that declined to be solemn and chose to be specific. Skeptics deserve their own applause line. Walkers who ask, "How do we know?" become the best guests a site can have. The answer is always a tour of edges, drain lines, nail holes, a ledger entry that finally found its wall. Evidence prefers company that requires neither candles nor melodrama. The more a room is trusted to be ordinary, the more extraordinary its patience feels. Footfalls gather at last into a rhythm that promises sleep. The mile above flickers and settles. The close carries voices like a low stream. A door finds its notch and decides to stay there. Maps in your head reduced to a few reassuring arrows. Toward air, toward light, toward stairs that forgive knees. The journey that began with stepping off a crowded street ends with a room that practiced calm long before anyone scripted tours or tasting flights. Conclusions avoid trumpets because trumpets would sound grand on stone and then wake the upstairs neighbor. The claim you carry is smaller and truer. What remains beneath your feet is a grammar of usefulness. Arch, fall, vent, drain. Written by masons, merchants, watchmen, workers, and by all the hands that kept repeating good ideas until the city learned them by heart. The mainstream knowledge stitches dates to offices and acts. The oddities lend pocket tools and tiny rituals. The debates keep future walks honest. The rest is a draft that smells faintly of lime and takes good notes. Farewells in this city prefer to be rehearsed rather than improvised. A last glance confirms the vent sits where it likes to sit. A final note goes into a log that other hands will read. The key ring returns to its nail with the same soft promise it always made. Tomorrow will look like this if we keep doing these things. That promise turns out to be the secret under every myth. Continuity, not spectacle, is the marvel. Gratitude at bedtime scale fits into a handful of names and a room's temperature that stays exactly itself. Masons, coopers, cordoners, binders, porters, musicians, curators, cleaners, stewards, neighbors. Each kept the understreet legible by doing work that let other people do work. The echo that follows your last step out of the close is not spooky. It's courteous, a small acknowledgement that you listened and will remember how to mind a vent, a threshold, and a story. Silence widens like a shawl as the streets exhale, and the cool beneath your feet turns into a gentle mattress for the imagination. Breathing slows to match the cadence of arches. Shoulders soften to the exact radius of a lime-washed curve. Thoughts line up like well-behaved keys returning to their nail. Nothing presses for attention now. The city's backstage has dimmed itself to a night light, just enough glow to make doorways kind and distances short. Somewhere above, a last glass finds its shelf. Somewhere below, a data logger writes a small, contented line. Somewhere in the stair, a draft lifts a note from a forgotten whistle and carries it no farther than it needs to go. Memories settle like dust that won't be hurried. A trestle's polished edge, a bell that meant, "Ready?" The dignified humor of a sign that says, "Vent half open in har." All of it loosens from detail into comfort, like reading a favorite page with your eyes closed and still seeing the margins. If a question lingers, let it. Uncertainty makes a soft pillow when it's earned, and the rooms have earned it with receipts and restraint. The map you carry dissolves into 3 gentle arrows, toward air, toward light, toward rest, and even the stairs agree to be kinder in memory than they were underfoot. Sleep likes practical promises, and tonight the promise is simple. Stone will keep the dark steady while you travel elsewhere for a while. When eyes grow drowsy, Let the curve of an arch become the horizon. Imagine a key turning once quietly. Imagine a broom leaning exactly where tomorrow expects it. Imagine the last lamp lowering itself to a glow that remembers beeswax and forgets hurry. The city will be here in the morning, layered and patient, keeping your place.